If not us, then who? If not now, then when? Welcome to GatherVerse AI Evolve 2026 Day 3, coming off the heels of an incredible, or rather an extraordinary and appropriate GatherVerse AI Evolve 2026 Day 1 and Day 2. Thank you for all of us that are joining us here at GatherVerse.live and all of our various other social streams around the internet. There are many of you that are still yet here for our 44 Global GatherVerse event. We've had thousands of roundtables, firesides, chats, and talks, thousands of hearts and minds from around the world that have come to join us in assembly, global assembly, transmetropolitan, transcontinental. And we're so very happy to have each of you that are with us. This is an extraordinary time. When we take the consideration of where we're at, with the level of hyperscale and the types of emerging technologies that we found ourselves with here contemporary to our time, we've never been this way before. The rule books thrown out the window. The instruction manual has never been written. The safety button, it doesn't exist. The red button to stop, it doesn't exist. There are so many that say, hey, we need to slow down. Some confess, I think we need to stop. While others, we're not moving fast enough. What is it? The so-called godmothers and godfathers of AI that stand on the stages together say, hey, this is an existential crisis that we're in. While others say, no crisis at all. We're good. Some leaders in AI, white collar jobs, gone in a couple years. Others, jobs are being made. We're good. Who's right and who's wrong? Now, here in the AI frontier, if we move with the minds of others and their considerations, expert or not, have we already sacrificed our own judgment, our own decision making that we've been all given since coming forth from our mother's womb? Is now not the time for us to be able to discern, to find out, and to consider where we find ourselves in time? On the innovative scale, right now, there are people working at a frenzied pace, as they should be, as such is the way of civilization and the engine of the world when it comes to innovation. With what we see happening with artificial intelligence, moving from the simple era of prompting, going into context, the agentic harness, dealing with multi-agentic hive swarms, so forth and so on, everybody's vibe coding, vibe designing. We're seeing people that are building extraordinary platforms, protocols, products coming into market. There's over 1,900,000 models. We should know. Many of us are studying that. But in the world, over 1,900,000 models, and not just generative pre-trained transformers and large language foundational models, but small models, micro models, all different types of models with limited data. Bigger context windows, larger token capacity, so forth and so on. Extremely vulnerable that we find ourselves in with these powerful models. In fact, we're told that some are so powerful, we can't see them. There is the consideration of the alignment theory or alignment consideration. Who will AI align with ultimately? Now, some say we're at AGI, artificial general intelligence. We've moved from simple AI to narrow AI. It's here. Artificial general intelligence has arrived. Others say, and these are leaders, if you will, AGI is in a couple of years. Some even say AGI doesn't exist. Who's right? Who's wrong? At GatherVerse, we've assembled and have assembled today in this final day of GatherVerse AI Evolve an extraordinary roster of humans, technical, non-technical, to share their lens of experience of how we look at the intersection of AI with considerations of accessibility, equality, community development, education, safety, privacy, wellness, ethics, trust, care, compassion, and more. Who's right? Who's wrong? This answer to that question is largely undiscovered. And I submit to you that the biggest question of consideration is, where do you and I find ourselves at this present time in this era of innovation in the frontier? And ultimately, when it comes to what we innovate tonight, who are the beneficiaries of this innovation tomorrow? And what are we giving to generations to come? At GatherVerse, we have an extraordinary amount of summits that come before us for the rest of this year. And in September, the largest AI Women's Summit global in the world. We have much wood to chop today, as quick as it comes, as quick as it goes. And as next for our roundtable discussion, led by Russell Bundy, where AI may evolve across industries in the year ahead. With the little bit of time that we're given to hear such expressions, we'd ask you to tell a neighbor, tell a friend that GatherVerse is on, tell a stranger that what you hear today at this intersection of humanity means more than any innovation that is being brewed, that's being scaled, and empirically observed today. Because at GatherVerse, in the heart of and center of it all, is compassion from the chambers of the human heart, with consideration that if everyone does not have the opportunity to innovate, then how far have we truly arrived in this moment of the greatest time of innovation known to humankind? May our gather be well.
Hello and welcome to GatherVerse AI Evolve Summit 2026, day 3. And I can't believe it's day 3 already. It's been one of the most craziest few days over the last few days, but it's been absolutely amazing and I've learned so much. But for this roundtable discussion, we have an amazing panelists here right next to us and all around me. If you could, if each of you could also mute your microphones, please, just so that we don't have any sort of feedback or interruption, or just when other people are speaking, that'd be much appreciated. And as this roundtable discussion, we're going to be talking about where AI may evolve across industries in the years ahead. So I'm very excited to talk about this topic. What we're going to do, though, is we're going to have a quick introduction from each of the panelists. I will start with Ramona, then we'll head over to Dr. Aloho, then Dr. JJ Peterson, Adenaya, Leela, and then Sharan will head over to last. So Ramona, please introduce yourself and also welcome to GatherVerse as well.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for having me. I'm Ramona Felmy. I am from Detroit, Michigan, USA, and the name of my company is DAP Detroit, DAP Systems. We're involved with a lot of AI projects across several industries and verticals. I'm involved with Women in STEM globally, and most recently, I was chosen by AI/AR to be on their global consortium, which is a huge and humbling opportunity. So I'll be writing white papers and content for the next year not only just about the solutions that we build across industry, preserving human capital, but the area that I focus on and specialize in, which is neurodiversity and 2E. So just really excited to dive into those conversations and make those things more present to everybody that's getting more involved in the AI space. Thank you for having me.
And thank you for joining us as well, Ramona. And it's glad to have you with us as well. Dr. Aloho, we'll head over to you now, since the order has somehow magically changed. I think some magicians come along to change things. So, Dr. Aloho, please introduce yourself and also welcome to GatherVerse as well.
Thank you very much. My name is Aloho Ifinedo, and my role just changed recently to a product development specialist, but my education background is in EdTech, and I finished from Finland, University of Uvascular, and I've been working since after the pandemic at the New Brunswick Community College. But I'm here based on what I would like to contribute to the discussion. I've worked on several projects on STEM areas, mentorship, also some social development projects around this, my community over here. So it's just great to be here and to listen in, to contribute, to share my perspective on the discussion.
We appreciate you being with us, Dr. Aloho, and I believe this is also your first time, so also welcome.
Yes,
well.
This is my first time. Thank you.
Dr. JJ, let's head over to you. I love the background, badass. The best one ever. Please introduce yourself and also welcome to GatherVerse.
Yes, thank you so much. So honored and excited to be here. I'm Dr. JJ Peterson, and when Christopher was mentioning that some of the people here have a technical background and non-technical background, I am the non-technical for sure. So I have a brand called Badass Softy, which is for people who are unapologetically driven but lead with their heart and want to stay human. And so that my area of expertise is in the area of story. And we are now, with kind of the advancement of AI, living in what I would call a trust recession with the audience, like when you're reaching out and telling your story from a marketing perspective. And so I help companies and thought leaders stay human and tell a clear story to reach their audience in the midst of this AI revolution. And so I travel the world and speak and consult with small and big brands, and I teach marketing in the master's program at Vanderbilt University. So my area is kind of how to use AI in the story and marketing and communication space.
Absolutely fantastic. Love what you do, Dr. Peterson, and thank you for joining us as well. Adenaya, we're going to head over to you next, and Abigail will head over to you shortly. We just got a few other introductions, just everyone's introducing themselves at the moment. So Adenaya, please introduce yourself and also welcome to GatherVerse.
Hi everyone, it's actually Adeni, not Adeni.
Adeni, okay, all right, sorry, apologies. Adeni, I'll remember that. Adeni.
Thank you, that's fine. It's such a pleasure to be here today, and thank you so much. I feel so honored to be among these amazing humans changing the world. My name is Adeni Temitope Adejoke. I'm the founder of Safasa Solutions Limited and also a brand strategist. I help African premium brands to position globally with their strategies, with their insights, and how they actually align with their values and not just become the many lost voice in the market. And for me, AI has always been in my workflow. It has always helped me with making things work, but we still have that human insight to it. So this conversation today is actually a proof that things are actually moving forward, and I'm so honored to be here and to be on this panel. Thank you so much.
And it's an honor having you as well, Adeni. See, I got your name right that time, didn't I? Shairan, please introduce yourself and also welcome to GatherVerse. And I believe this is your first time as well, if I correct or not. I'm not sure.
Yes, indeed, my first time. It's a great honor to be here with you today. So about myself, I come from the tech industry, used to work with startup companies and multinational for many years until around 5 years ago, I had kind of insane idea. I thought that we can use this new technology. It was before the hype of the ChatGPT, the Gen AI, the deepfake, and all of that, and we can use this new technology to animate faces of women that has been murdered by their partners, like bring them virtually back to life and hear their children's stories. And with this a bit crazy idea in mind, I decided to quit my day job, put all my time, all my effort in this initiative. And after a
Love
few
it.
months, we launched a campaign called Listen to My Voice. We brought virtually, of course, back to life 5 amazing women that has been murdered by their partners from different backgrounds. It's become tremendous success. It went very viral. We presented to the UN. NATO reached out to us. We won international awards, and above all, increase awareness of domestic violence, also among men. And with understanding there is a new technology here, and this is what I want to do for a living after experiencing the power of the technology, I decided to establish generative AI for good. And since then, we are working to give a voice to the voiceless in a different domain. So far, we amplified 30 voices and reached 10 million views around the world, both among decision maker and the public in the different geographies.
That is absolutely incredible, Shairan. So thank you so much for joining us as well. And
Thank you.
Abigail, you've got a big follow up on that. So, so yeah, do you want to introduce yourself, Abigail? And if you want to unmute your microphone too.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Abigail Merrill. I'm the CEO of Growth Up Partners, where I have about 15 years of experience working with B2B, B2C startups in highly regulated industries. And similar to some of these amazing speakers that are here today, I was working with AI pre-ChatGPT, of course. And so my focus and what I bring to my consulting clients really is that revenue operations strategy in a human-centered AI adoption methodology. So I have an AI for ROI framework. It's practical, it's human-centered approach, and it really helps organizations move from experimentation to scalable results. And human in the loop is almost a misnomer in my world. I want humans in the driver's seat and all the way through setting that course.
Thank you for joining us, Abigail, and absolutely love what you do. We need more of that. And last but not least, Leela, I guess that's your name. Just correct me if I'm wrong, or is it Rajesh, or which one is it? We can't hear you for some reason. I don't know if your microphone is having some issues, or if it's not connected. So we'll head back round to you in just a second, Rajesh. So I'm just going to quickly introduce myself. In the meantime, my name is Russell. I am the Global Affairs Director at GatherVerse, and I'm also the co-founder of Just Verify. And Just Verify is focused on building the trust infrastructure for AI. Our mission and vision are pretty much aligned. Basically, we're helping organizations to better understand, verify, and responsibly rely upon AI systems. And also, our vision, or shall I say, what we're building towards, is a future in which organizations can independently verify the different AI systems as well, so that they can make evidence-based, verifiable decisions. So that's what we do in a nutshell at Just Verify. Basically, it's all about what I like to say, AI verification in a nutshell. So that is what I do. And now we need to head over to the roundtable discussion. Leela, how are you getting on with your microphone? Are we back on?
Can you,
Yes,
can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Loud and clear. Do you
Okay,
want to introduce yourself?
So the whole thing is my first name. It's Leela Venkat Sai Rajesh. So I'm from India. I done my master's here. Then I moved into tech industry. So I've been working with different backgrounds. I work with medical clients. I work with the telecom, and currently I work with was working with banking industry. So yeah, pretty much in day-to-day life, we use a lot of AI adaptation, and it's being increased a lot these days in my workforce, where we using AI at different levels, and it's really getting a good shape, and we are really seeing a lot of progress in whatever we do. Yeah, this is my second time in GatherVerse. I did a presentation earlier, so this is my first time doing a roundtable. I'm really happy to meet you all guys from different streams.
Well, thank you for joining us once again, Layla. And we did have a little bit of latency there, but not a problem. At least we've got your microphone working now, so that's the main thing. But we'll jump straight into the questions now. And we'll start with the first question, which is question 1. What major significant transformation is AI bringing to your industry? So we're going to head back in order, I think. We'll head over to Ramona, then Dr. Aloho on this one. So Ramona, do you want to kick us off and tell us your thoughts on this question?
Sure. So obviously, I deal with a lot of enterprise solutions, startups, but a lot of incumbents and large corporations. So if you look at the insurance and fintech industry, previous to COVID, these were very antiquated industries, and we were building a lot of logic-based systems, which would allow us to route through things like processing and claims. But with the use of AI, we're able to do rapid reviews. Life insurance would be a great example of that. If you could imagine losing a loved one and having to argue with a phone tree over a death benefit, how frustrating that might be. So, regarding use of claims documentation, flagging fraud risk, and basically being able to look at things more heavily like oversight and compliance usage and being able to report those things in real time. So I believe that if AI is properly implemented with organizations and, of course, human in the loop, we want people to be PMs. We want them to constantly project manage these things so these systems get built out properly, the infrastructures are successful, and they're scalable. So I think in those industries regarding heavy areas of focus of compliance, it's incredibly important for transformation. And those are some of the things that I've seen over the past 5 years.
It's very interesting because also, you hear a lot about, a lot of people saying about, it's, highly efficient and more efficient. You do hear that quite often, just around the industries in general. So it's amazing how AI is transforming and changing so many industries. And, just your example was just such a small example.
I think the key with that is everything when you're going B2B, B2C, and some of the other panelists can understand this, is you want frictionless experiences. So this is one of the ways to be able to further offer that without complex systems that, are doing things that they don't necessarily need to do.
Or as I like to say, meet where the people are.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much, Ramona. Dr. Aloho, what are your thoughts? And what's your answer to this question of what major significant transformation is AI bringing to just your industry or ed tech or whatever you want to speak about, basically?
Yeah, just so ed tech, basically how we use technology for learning or teaching, as the case may be. So what's happening with AI these days, learning has become more personalized, right? And so it's easier for you as an instructor or a lecturer to be able to identify, for example, students at risk. And then from the learner's perspective, it's now easier for you to access information and, personalize your own learning, okay? You kind of understand where you need the information, which topic. You don't have to wait for your instructor kind of a thing. So you can just drill down on where you need to fill in the gap. So that's really basically one transformation that's happening. Are we going to talk about the critical thinking aspect of things right now and how we really, really need to do something about that? Maybe not in this specific question, but yeah, a lot of transformation is happening in the educational sector.
We will definitely get right around to that, Dr. Aloho, absolutely. But it's very insightful how just so many industries that AI is transforming right now. And talking about industries, the branding industry, the marketing industry, the advertising industry, Dr. JJ, what are you seeing from your industry in particular?
Yeah, I think it's completely revolutionized and changing and throwing things on their heads in the marketing industry, and there's some fear around it, and because I think a lot of people who are at that mid level are finding that their jobs are at risk. Like entry level is still available and high kind of end, but the mid level people are like, what do I do? And I think there is an incredible opportunity. What Dr. Aloho was saying is that moving into this space in mind is what we're looking for is people who are critical thinkers and who are curators, who have a distinct point of view. Because with AI has all the information, but humans have the wisdom. AI has all of the ability to create, but it's humans' job to curate and have a point of view. Currently, we talked about the generative kind of side of things, but like currently, AI does not have a point of view. It has to steal that point of view from other people and patterns and all of that. So when you as a marketer can show up, or a writer or a thought leader with a distinct point of view that I believe is built in your personal wisdom, which AI can never have. Your wisdom to me has scars. So the learning that you have brought to the table, when you can show up with that wisdom, when you can show up with your own authority and experience, and then partner that with AI instead of turning it over to AI, there's incredible opportunity for the human side of marketing to actually rise up right now. I think there's so much noise out there. It's so crowded with everything because we can do things faster and more efficient that the people, I could be a doomsday side, but really I think in where things are headed, those of us who are leaning into the human side, the story side, the wisdom and the point of view that we're bringing to the table, let AI create, you curate. Let AI bring the information, you bring the wisdom. And when that happens, instead of just turning it all over, when that happens, people now actually have a better opportunity to connect faster because AI can take the non-human tasks away from us and allow us to actually build the connection that we need. That is, I think, actually really missing right now.
No, I agree. I think authenticity is just something that is very underrated right now, and we talk about all the time. I'm sure everyone in the panel knows this, but we see a lot of AI slop all the time on LinkedIn, which we won't dive down that route. But the point is,
well, and that's the part where I mentioned kind of in my introduction, we're in what I would call a trust recession, is that people can now see it. When you see at the start of a LinkedIn post that says, something hit me this week. And it's like, no, don't. Everybody starts that way. If you don't show up with a point of view,
I'm proud to announce.
I'm proud to. When you show up the same way that everybody else does, all of a sudden I immediately don't trust you because I know this isn't your words. But if you actually enter into that with a point of view and perspective and a true story, now you actually can stand out and break through that noise.
There's also just to kind of reiterate your point as well today, Dr. JJ, and then we'll go on to the next question, which is also the EU AI Act have implemented now by the end of I think December. I can't remember the exact date, but December something. In a nutshell, basically everything has to be watermarked. Everything has to be shown like transparently that, hey, this is an AI generated image or an AI generated video or whatever. So there are actual regulations being put in place now and enforced so that we can stop the deep fakes, so that we can stop AI slop in a nutshell, if you want to call it that. And also LinkedIn themselves are also fighting back against the AI slop. If you haven't looked at the news for that, then I'm sure you guys can find it. So anyway, we need to jump on the next question. Adonaya and Shairan, we'll head over to you next. So the next question is, in what ways will AI transform organizational structures and operational models? This is very interesting question. And like Abigail was saying earlier, human in the loop, etc. So, let's dive into it. Adonaya? Which one?
Not again. It's
Adoni, what are your thoughts on this question?
It's fine, thank you. This is actually an amazing question because right now I feel AI is actually flattening the traditional hierarchies because founder, a solo founder in Lagos right now that has the right AI tools can actually produce the same outcome as a full agency. So right now the question is not actually what do we have? It's not the number of people we have, but it has shifted to what do we do with the intelligence we actually do have at hand? Because now it's easy to create things, but then is the human depth still involved in it? And with this operational model, we need to know that it's not just about having the tools. How we intelligently actually utilizing these tools without actually eradicating the human effect out of it? Because in all honesty, I'll keep saying it. One thing that makes us human or that makes the world go round is the fact that we have this various diversity. So how is this different data? How is this different system actually helping us put things together? And what we know right now is this the way AI is going is not just about job loss. We know some jobs that won't get lost in this field when it comes to AI. These are actually jobs that has to do with human connection, those that have those cultural integration, those that have those relationships that AI still can connect to. And we also know the ones that will get lost. Those are just those ones that are just there to process informations. So I'll say that with this, AI is really going to help, but at the same time, we need to intelligently put to use the tools that we have without actually removing that human aspect out of it.
No, I agree with that. You know, a lot of organizations are transforming or transferring over to intelligence first organizations. And obviously, as Abigail briefly said before, human loop is extremely important. So, Sharan, let's over to you now. In what ways, from your point of view and what you do at Generative AI for Good, in what ways will AI transform organizational structures and operation models for you?
So I can share about our unique approach, how we use the Gen AI in proactive way to protect people. And those days we are focusing especially on survivors of conflict-related sexual violence who want to testify but cannot afford to be seen. Like, there is a women peace and security framework that rests on four pillars. One is the protection, participation, prevention, and relief and recovery. But in practice, those pillars can sometimes operate in tension with each other because a survivor who want to participate by testifying publicly may be putting her own protection at risk. But survivor who is protected by staying silent may find herself removed from participation entirely. And that tension is what we set out to address. And this is our unique approach, how we use the AI. From our experience, the Gen AI, while used responsibly and sensitively, can advance all four simultaneously. So our new initiative, our flagship initiative at the moment, called Hearing Their Voices. So survivor who testify with their face risk everything: family rejection, stigma, state persecution. The survivor who testified anonymously behind a blurred screen or in writing lose emotional impact. And decision maker read those reports, but they don't feel them. And in that gap between data and empathy, accountability dies. So we found a third option where we implement the technology. And this is a dual use that we found for the AI. So one, we can protect the survivor's safety and accessibility. Through AI-generated avatars, we can protect the survivor faces. So survivors can testify in their own words, in their own voice, while their face is protected. But protection is only one part. And this is what we found out, and I think it's very, very interesting. It also acts as a mediator. It's make content that would otherwise to be raw, too much graphic, too triggering, even actually watchable and accessible to the people who need to act on it, like diplomats, prosecutors, policymakers, and also the public. And this dual use function we built into Hearing the Voices. And I think this is a new approach. So first of all, we use it in proactive way to protect survivors. So it's used for protection, but also the mediation and make those triggering content more accessible to the public.
No, I think it's extremely important in what you do, Sharan, first of all. And second of all, I think as we move into AI even further, when we're talking about agentic systems and stuff now, hopefully it will bring more of people back to life, so to speak. Maybe not literally alive, obviously, but I bring them back as we possibly can, kind of thing, right? And I think it's awesome, what you're doing, and I think there's just going to be so many transformations that's going to happen with organizations and the structures that it's just going to be chaos over the next year or so. But thank you very much, Sharan, for sharing your thoughts. And Abigail, I can see you nodding, and I am seeing the chat, by the way. I can see what's going on behind the scenes. It is kind of funny, I must admit. But Abigail, let's over to yourself now. I want to ask you the same question because you have a very different point of perspective when we're talking about ROI and also the clients that you're working with. So, what are your thoughts and what are you seeing when it comes to AI transforming organizational structures and operational models, for example?
Oops. Just want to quickly say what you're doing, Sharon, and that use case is beautiful. I haven't ever heard of generative AI used in such a beautiful way. And so thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. Similar to Ramona, also working in highly regulated industries, we've seen AI being used since the 1970s, right? And so they're very used to artificial intelligence. It's really the adoption of generative AI made it a lot more accessible. And so, and also to Dr. JJ Peterson's point, really it's not the output that is the issue anymore. We're able to collapse the amount of time and resources that it takes to produce content and information out there about our products and services. So when content production or information is not the scarcity anymore, then what is? And that is human judgment, as my previous speakers have said. So we are going to see brand new organizational structures. I would even go, I do a lot of speaking. I'm surrounded by universities around here in North Carolina, in the Chapel Hill area.
Okay.
And so constantly speaking with university students that are saying, what does my role look like? What job market am I going to? What does the future of work look like? And honestly, there's some amazing talks and amazing research out there that shows that maybe we might be needing to rethink how the workplace is built, the hierarchies. We're managing agents to Dr. JJ's point, being able to rethink when skills are kind of being done for us with AI, what does that role look like? Maybe we're bringing back apprenticeships. Maybe we're bringing back entry-level jobs that are partnered with senior roles. So I think we need to be willing as a society to rethink a workplace that was built for us in the 1940s. In the Industrial Revolution, we are experiencing and researchers from the top frontier models are saying this is 100-fold more important than the Industrial Revolution was, and more impactful to our society and our human existence. So we really need to be thinking about that when we're even looking at our organization structures.
I completely agree, Abigail. And I think for example, I saw a statistic the other month, or I can't remember, last year. But it was actually done by Gartner, where they mentioned that, back in 2025, right, they predicted most organizations to only have 15, right, AI agents within the organization. Now they expect the top 500 companies to have 150,000 in each of their organizations. So when we're rethinking about jobs, etc., could it end up being that everyone becomes an entrepreneur? Maybe. Could be. Who knows?
I mean, I've had my own business now since 2019. It sounds like most of us are in their own world and managing their own companies as well. I highly, I don't push anybody to go into entrepreneurship. Is what I would say. You have to have a certain cloth and creed to what your business is. Who you are, know thyself, know that if you did want to go into entrepreneurship, yes, AI can help you get there, but that's not the reality for everyone. And it really, we really need to be thinking about it from a society standpoint on the people that entrepreneurship is not right for, doesn't work with their geography, doesn't work with their skill set, doesn't work with their financial model. We really need to be rethinking what that employment looks like for those people versus saying, you're not cut it and we're out.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, Abigail. I'm glad we're having this, conversation backwards and forwards. And, like Christopher said also in the background, universal basic services, you got universal basic income as well. There's so many different things that are being offered right now and solutions. Who knows which solution's going to dominate? I know there's trials going on, but anyway, I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. Layla, head over to you now, and we're going to give you a different question, and then I'm going to do a quick rapid fire because we only have 15 minutes left. So, Layla, over to you. What new risks continue to emerge as AI systems become more capable and independent, and how can they be addressed?
Okay, so to answer this question, there's like two sides of the coin. Currently, as I can tell it from like a developer point of view. So when we usually working on the coding or for like building any new application or a new system or anything, so we before adopting the AI, we used to work let's say 3 days, 4 days to build a service or like the whole application. So with the incorporating the co-pilot, whatever the organizations are helping us to make use of it, so we are doing it in a much faster phase, and even it is helping us to code some 100 lines of code in like let's say 2 minutes or 3 minutes. So but the final decision would be taken by the human, whether to use that in the proper way or it is helping us, or is there any other alternative way to take.
Oh, it looks like you're frozen, Layla. Okay, we'll come back to you very shortly. Hopefully you can get that fixed. Oh, there we go. You're back again,
Yeah.
Layla. Do you want to finish what you were saying?
Yeah, so the risk I want to point out here is, as more we are depending on the AI, the individual thinking process, or the effort we used to make to make use of our own decisions may be more dependent when compared to the way we used to work before.
Okay, Layla,
Like when I
we
compare
lost you again. Sorry about that. Right, we're gonna have to just jump straight into the next question because we've got a very short amount of time. We've got about 10 minutes left, so I want to get everyone to get input into this conversation. So we're gonna scrap the questions on the deck because I know a lot of you have mostly pre-prepared everything and going, "Well, I'll answer this question." So I like to do a bit of side questions as well. So my side question for you guys is as follows. When we're talking about where AI may evolve across industries in the years ahead, which industry do you think is going to be biggest impacted and why? Okay. Try and keep as short as possible if you can. Dr. Eloho, if you want to go into the cognitive side in a little short while, you can. But Ramona, we'll head over to you first. So what is the biggest industry you think is going to be affected and why?
Oh, I love this question. I'm so excited. So two things I was thinking of. One, going back to the insurance industry. I had a conversation recently with a company that has built its own algorithm. They realized that in order to unlock funding and some other things and capital for families, that they couldn't use traditional AI systems that were normally used to doing things like creditworthiness and KPIs and, know your customers. So they built this completely different set of algorithms to be able to surface this company. And it's there's rarely disruption in that space. And so this is the coolest thing that I've probably seen in 20 years. So I'm excited about that. The second thing I just want to plug is here in Michigan, we have the University of Michigan. And we had one of the largest open clause events recently. And so the university built its own agentic lab so we can build legacy solutions for generations moving forward. But last week we did this huge event. We went up and we visited the labs. And one of the things that I love seeing is they're doing open source projects right now, like a prosthetic was one of them. So life-changing, things that are made available. The other thing is we have autonomous drones that are using the ability right now to fly from one location from the university hospital down to the city in Detroit. And they're bringing things like blood vials, emergency medication. Potentially there might be future discussions about organs and things like that have to be done in a timely fashion. So these are just things that I think of that are so much more than just, utilization of AI and code and kind of what's next. It's people, communities really banding together to use university relationships, city infrastructures, hospitals, insurance conglomerates to make this next generation of things that make human capacity in life easier for everybody, if you will.
Absolutely agree. And healthcare is such a big industry that's going to be transformed. So thank you very much, Ramona, for sharing your unique use cases as well. And what you're doing at the university, I think is fantastic. So more of that is absolutely needed, and also more drones to save lives. Absolutely. Dr. Loho, the question for you is as follows. What is the industry that's going to be biggest affected and why?
What's the biggest industry? I don't know which one is going to be, because
let me clarify. Sorry, not what the biggest industry is. Which industry? As in, like, which industry do you think is going to be affected the most and why?
So I think it's going to cut across all the industries. As far as humans are there, it's going to cut across every industry where humans are. And like Dr. Peterson was talking about scars, owning your scars, it's kind of like a human identity, the experiences that every individual has. So I think in terms of education, people are we have micro learning. We're going to have all kinds of learnings in future where it might be more siloed. We're going to have, it's going to affect our structure in terms of, how many people do you need to have in terms of student, or what do you call them, student advisory? You just might get all of that from AI. It's going to be impacting all walks of life, I think. Education, especially the way we do our research, publications are being affected now, because now you can just plug and play and print out, and you author your own research paper. So there are different ways in which this impact is going to come with AI. But efficiency definitely is going to be improved, all walks of life. We probably will be getting to the point where we need to sit down and agree and say, okay, how do we rehumanize? Because we cannot just go fully into tech. We still have to, bring back where should we draw the line? Where should human factor take place? What can we agree on what humans should do in owning their scars, their identity, and not turning us into technology?
Dr. Loho, it also sounds like the education is going to be the biggest disruptor for yourself and for your industry. Dr. JJ, which industry is going to be the most affected from your point of view, and why as well? Is it going to be the advertising industry, maybe?
It's hard to say what's going to be the most. I will say in my world, what's going to be the most is obviously marketing. But the approach that I like to take in this is I really believe I'm a little bit of a I really believe that when you decentralize technology and power, that it actually brings liberation and empowerment for more. Some people would argue against that each of the technology advances maybe consolidate power, but like when the printing press happened, it meant more people could read, right? And when the internet came about, more people had more access to more information and opportunity. And I really do believe that with this kind of next level of media democratization with AI technologies is like what Abigail said, there is more opportunity for entrepreneurship. There is more opportunity to lean into areas like it used to be. I can't start a business because I don't know how to do accounting. Well, now accounting can be done. I don't know how to do business because I don't know how to this. Well, the reality is you have more access now in these areas. And so in the communication space, and same thing, like when YouTube happened, like more people could be creators, right? With the advancement of AI, I actually believe the biggest shift in my industry will be the democratization of power. That's my hope anyway, that more people will have more liberation, more people will have more opportunity and be empowered to move forward because the tools are now much easier and much more accessible. Now, if that becomes consolidated, then yeah, it creates an elitism and a differentiation. But my hope is that the change that comes in all industries and in my industry is really the democratization of information, tools, and skills that allow people to kind of move up and more opportunity than they've had before.
1000% agree with you, Dr. JJ. Democratization is so important. 100% agree. And thank you so much for sharing that. I love that. Honestly, it's fantastic. And, you know, I think sovereign AI is so important too. I think decentralization is important. So everything that you're discussing about there is so important. Now, Adani. Oh, see, I got it right that time. Abigail's like, yeah. Even Christopher's like, yay.
Now that's nice.
Adani, same question for you. Which industry do you think is going to be disrupted the most, and why?
For me, I feel it will be the creative and cultural industry. Because come to think of it now, with the rate we can easily generate images, videos, stories, brand identities at scale, you know, these are really, really easy to create these days. But then we haven't really answered the deeper question. And the deeper question is, what should we allow AI to automate, and which of them should we still leave humanized? Because at the end of the day, talking from my own position on the African continent, there are still part of the data that has not been trained to understand the part of the world that I'm in. Especially in African markets, we have the cultural symbols, we have the languages, we have the aesthetics and identities, and we can't just allow those to just be absorbed into just one single box just to blend with the algorithm. So the question is, now we need better representation if we actually want this to work, because we are building capability without building wisdom. A lot of people know about AI, but they don't really know that somehow, without them even knowing, because some people agree to terms and conditions without really understanding the languages. I'm not talking about legal documents. I'm talking about the languages in which they agree to. Do they understand it? Do they read it? Do they assimilate what they are actually putting out? Because one way or the other, they are actually unknowingly training a system that is being built to influence them. So I'll say the risks and the gap is actually really dangerous. So we still need to bridge that part.
Completely agree, Adani. And honestly, there's there's so many big industries that are going to be adopted. You know, one of the things I think of is finance as well. But anyway, we have to skip that because we've got 3 minutes left. So Sharan, Abigail, Leela, what we're going to do is do a quick fire rapid session with you three because I'm afraid we're short on time. So what we're going to do is basically just literally tell me which industry, and then literally within maybe 50 to 100 words, basically, you know, why. So we'll have to keep it very short. So Sharan, we'll head over to you now. And also Stephanie Cummings is coming up next with the fireside chat as well, which she says the healthcare industry. So which industry are you, Sharan?
So it's not exactly industry, but the truth. Like the risk I live every single day is authenticity collapse, and everyone in just a few clicks can generate content. And the common fear is fake, that AI lets bad actors fabricate convincing false content, you know, and it's real and it's here already. And what I remember from my last presentation in NATO, so someone asked me about, because we created a new standard, how we approach this problem and how we track every frame and explain what is real, what is not real. But in that case, he asked me, okay, so now we need to also mention what is real. And I think here this is the real shift, not just what is AI generated, but also what is real.
So truth and real. Thank you very much, Sharan. Abigail, you next. What industry? And less than 100 words, please.
No problem. Every single industry that there are humans is going to be affected. Whole society is going to be affected. The future belongs to the people, the companies, the countries who treat AI as a strategic partner, not an outsource of our brain. So where humans set the direction, AI then accelerates, and then humans own the outcome, in that order.
And Layla, you're having technical difficulties, but we'll try and get you on very quickly. Which industry for you and why? No, we seem to be having difficulties with him. That is it from this roundtable discussion. Up next, we're going to be having a fireside chat with Stacey Cummings, where we're going to be talking about everyday productivity, human-centered AI strategy for operations. Thank you very much to this roundtable discussion. With that, and our roundtable discussion was where AI may evolve across industries in the years ahead. That is it for this roundtable discussion. And thank you very much, panelists. Make sure you connect in each and every one of them. And now Gather was well. Over to you, GatherVerse team. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back to day 3 of GatherVerse AI Evolve Summit. What amazing roundtable we just had. I think that was absolutely fire. But now we have even more fire with Stephanie Cummings joining us with us. Hello, Stephanie. Welcome to GatherVerse.
Hello, Russell. How are you? Thank you for having me.
I'm absolutely fantastic. Please tell us who you are, Stephanie. I want to know more about you because, like, I don't know. I just see you everywhere. So please tell me who you are.
Yeah, so I come with 25 years plus background in IT sales. My career has spanned across IBM, 10 years with Oracle, then with Amazon Web Services, and then at Google. And I recently departed Google and decided it was time to launch my own AI consulting firm. So I'm very excited to be in this realm, in this space. I've been engulfed in AI for years, well before it became a household name. So this is all the rage, and this is right in my sweet spot, and I'm enjoying every bit of it.
Stephanie, what are you currently seeing right now in the market when we talk about human-centered AI strategy for operations? What are you just currently seeing or experiencing at this moment in time?
I feel that many organizations are still in infancy stages. They're still trying to figure out, how do we get started? What is going to be our priorities? What should we focus on? How do we incorporate AI into our existing universe of employees here that may or may not be AI savvy? And I find many people are well entrenched in AI. They're very familiar with the lingo and the agents and the this and the that and the many tools. And then there are others that are very fearful of it. And, a lot of those communities are just like, I don't want any part of it, but it's fear is ignorance, right? I tell them the more educated you become on with AI, the easier it is to kind of engage in it and be more accepting of it, because you have more of the experience to work with the tools.
I completely agree. I think there's a massive education gap right now. As someone said yesterday, I think they said there was a knowledge gap. And obviously, education is such an important transformation for any individual. But when we're talking about human-centered AI strategy for operations, what sort of strategies do you think would be good to implement in for an operations point of view? Maybe give us a couple of use cases, or sort of a couple examples of where it would be great for us to have human-centered AI strategy.
Yeah, so you want to start with people and not platforms, right? You want to be able to map AI to a workflow pain point that your team is already experiencing. That's a really easy way to get it embedded and for people to understand it and embrace it. You want to be able to use translate, then towards structure, and then activating it. Translate the need, structure the approach. That's when you then activate the people. And then when you say human-centered, that's literal, right? That's a term. Your team must be able to trust it. They must be able to use it, and they must be able to own it. And that can only be when you're incorporating AI and humans together. And one of the things that I've learned over the years in my span of my career, covering Google, AWS, Oracle, and Amazon, that taught me adoption is a people problem. It's not a technical problem.
That is true.
The more people you get on board and you get engaged, the easier it's going to be to implement.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more with that statement. It sounds like you have such an incredible, career, in so many big companies. How have you found that experience from being at those big companies to now, for example? I know we're in a different time, I guess you want to call it the AI age, so to speak. But how have you found that transformation from being at those big corporations to, starting your own company, so to speak? And are you finding that the strategy is different now, or the operations is different because of AI, or what do you sort of experience on that side of things?
Yeah, so I think the larger companies are going to drive more of the governance and rules. But launching my own company, I'm meeting so many young entrepreneurs that are becoming millionaires overnight. All it takes is a niche super agent that you create that solves a large problem for a lot of people. That is the key to success. So I say to young people every day, I do, speaking engagements all over. You can become a millionaire coming out of high school. If you come up with a niche thing and you've become very savvy in your AI toolkit and your education, and you're solving a problem that people have that no one's been able to figure out, and you can figure it out with AI, it's that is what I'm finding is just amazing to me. And it's a wide open market, and it's open and up for grabs for anyone.
It is so true. I mean, the last roundtable you heard about democratization and that being a key factor within all this. So it sounds like you meet a lot of, startups and individuals, and maybe even one-man bands, as they like to call them. I love that term, by the way. But when we're talking about sort of smaller independent businesses, one of the roundtable discussions we have was that on the smaller organization side, they want ROI fast, like they want ROI quick, whereas the bigger organizations, they still want ROI, but they have a little bit of leniency to be able to run sort of like pilots and projects and stuff like that. So are you finding there's a discrepancy from that side of things too when you're implementing strategy for these different organizations and clients that you work with? Or
Yeah, so I would say trust is built in layers, whether you're small, whether you're large. And you're right, the small companies want to get to the finish line a lot quicker. But you want to start in layers, and you want to be able to prove whatever your technology is, whatever your niche solution is that you have, on low stakes tasks before anything critical. You want to test it first, kind of in the easy waters, and always keep a clear, human in the loop with whatever, named accountability that you're having. Transparency is non-negotiable. And teams must know when AI is in play, whether you're large, whether you're small, and you want to be able to give, that team or your company, whether it's small or large, a voice in how AI is deployed. So it may be co-designing with a larger company to get your foot in the door. If you're just, a lot of these startups are coming, they're like having to compete with big fish in the pond. Think of a way of how you can work with those larger companies and maybe augment their solution or technology. Because again, if you have that niche thing that you do, bigger companies are going to see that and take notice.
And when we talk about trust in particular, how would you say that should be implemented? As in, how should someone, a customer, be able to trust you, or clients should be able to trust you? This is kind of a bit of a side question, and we'll get into other questions, of course. But when you talk about trust, what does that mean, so to speak? Like, if I'm a small business and I'm completely new, what does that mean to me? Like, how do I get clients to trust me, so to speak?
Yeah. So I tell people that trust isn't granted to AI. It's earned through consistency and visible performance. People want to see it on a regular basis, and they want to see that it's consistent, and they want to see that you, as a proprietor, is going to be visible, and you're consistent, and you're not relying on everything AI. Again, you want to have that human intercourse piece to it to kind of keep people at ease and make them more comfortable in having to work with you or your AI technology, if that makes sense.
That does make total sense. I think, just the rate of adoption with AI. The Fortune 500 companies are going to be having 150,000, AI agents within the organization by 2028, according to Gartner. So, the massive transformation of AI and agents is such a big thing. And I'll kind of finish on this last question for you, Stephanie. Is there anything like that you want to share or tell people, or even just like general advice that you want to give to people before we sort of like round the fireside chat up from your point of view?
Yeah, I would just tell, and I tell this to young people all the time: protect your brand. Be very deliberate and intentional about protecting your brand, because AI can have a way with deep fakes and all these other new egregious tools that are coming out to really affect your brand. So you want to be very mindful of what you're posting. I preach this to young people all the time, because once it goes out there and it's in cyberspace, in the universe, it's there forever. And it's very, very difficult to go back there and pull that down. So when you add AI to the mix, that even makes it even more dangerous, right? And we don't have the proper legislation in place to protect those types of things and hurts that can come with young people. Deep fake can affect young people in a terrible, terrible way. And it's very unforgiving. And it's very difficult to turn that or reverse that deep fake around. So I tell people, be very cautious in what you're posting, especially if it's causing harm to others around you.
100% agree with you, Stephanie. And deepfakes is such a big problem and a big issue. And but anyway, I think our time is up. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for joining us. Really appreciate it. And also, by the way, Stephanie, before you jump off, where can people follow you? Can they connect with you on LinkedIn, or
yes,
where can people find you?
Stephanie Cummings Carr. My website is stephaniemarthine.com. StephanieMarthine.com. That's all of my information, the services that I offer. I can help with, getting you started, building your websites, creating super agents, or just educating your organization on how to get started with AI. I'm open for business. So thank you so much, Russell, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Appreciate you being with us. And that is it for this roundtable, this fireside chat. And up next, we have the next roundtable discussion, which is going to be with Christopher moderating. And the roundtable is going to be builders discussing the challenges and positive outcomes of AI. That is it from us. And goodbye from myself and Stephanie. And we'll see you in just a short while. See you later. Over to you, GatherVerse team. Bye.
Greetings and welcome to GatherVerse AI Evolve 2026 Day 3. Welcome everyone as we prepare to add you in. We ask that you would kindly mute your mics before called upon. There are many people that are joining us for this roundtable discussion. Audience, thank you for joining us at GatherVerse.live and in the various social streams such as YouTube, LinkedIn, so forth and so on. We're happy to have each of you that are joining us from around the world, transmetropolitan, transcontinental. There is so much for us to be able to explore in this roundtable discussion, coming off the heels of a very powerful fireside and an extraordinarily wonderful and fantastic roundtable discussion that was led by Russell Bundy. Before me, I have various technologists and non-technical people that are with us.
Christopher, we can't hear you. Your microphone has gone off.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you, Russell. We're happy to have everyone that's joining us here at GatherVerse.live and various social streams coming from us from around the world. Forgive the microphone and the technical difficulty of this opening. We're happy to have each of you that are joining us, transmetropolitan, transcontinental, especially those that have been with us from the start, from day one. We're here on the final day of day 3 of GatherVerse AI Evolve 2026. There is much to be able to unpack and much to be able to share and much to be able to go through under the banner of this particular session of builders discussing the challenges and positive outcomes of AI. Before me are professionals, technical and both non-technical, that you'll find here at GatherVerse at this intersection of emerging technologies and humanity. We ask that you would keep your mic off until called upon. I'm going to call on you briefly each to be able to, one, share who you are, what you're presently doing, and what inspired you to be here today. With that said, we have a lot to unpack. We will be going at an accelerated pace, but with poise. And I'll call upon Bindu. Welcome. Bindu, for some reason we can't hear you. We ask that you would just quickly check your mic and we'll be right back with you. Gurley, please.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me, Christopher?
We hear you just well.
Okay, that's awesome. I'm Gurley Tendai. I am the co-founder of Octopus Solutions. It's a digital marketing and business process improvement company. So I run my own business and I also do part-time lecturing in marketing. Yeah, that's just a summary of who I am.
And Gurley, what inspired you to be here today?
Yes, thank you. I have been here before where I met with a bunch of awesome ladies and we're talking about just women in business, etc. And after that particular gather, I just started following the discussions that GatherVerse offers and drew a liking to it. So I'm particularly interested in AI because it's impacting my business and also in the education space is changing a lot of how our students are studying and a lot of how we also are educating them. So it's definitely a good space for me to learn and also to share my own knowledge.
We're happy to have you and welcome back, Girly. Thank you so much. Uday, welcome.
Hey, hi everyone. Hope you are doing well.
Yes.
Just a little introduction of me. My name is Uday Surendra Andamuri. I'm currently working as a technology operation analyst in Fairbridge International Hotels in Montana, state of USA. What inspired me today to join this discussion is the AI is no longer just a future concept. It's already here, and it's becoming part of everyday business operations and decision makings. In my work, I see how technology and analytics can improve efficiency, but I also keep the human side of the experience. So this balance between innovation and human impact is what interested, and that's most about today's conversation.
Thank you, Uday, and thank you for being here. We're so happy to have you here with
Yep.
us today. And Narendra, please.
Hey everyone, I hope everyone able to hear me. Hey Christopher, hey other team members. So I'm happy to join this roundtable conference to talk about AI. So just a quick introduction. So myself, I'm a data engineering manager in one of the US leading consumer company. So I have a 15 years of experience, and then we've been getting pushed from the leadership team to adopt the AI and all. So it's I got a privilege to understand and then listen from all the leaders about the AI, and then discussing about the what is the challenges when the comes to builders, and then how it can shape the human lives and other artifacts in the environments and everything. So, and then I want to give my thoughts as well. So, what I have understand from like almost like 3 to 4 years of AI journey, what I have evaluated personally into my day-to-day activities. So, yeah, it's great pleasure to talk about that.
Thank you for kindly sharing, Narendra, and we're very happy to have you. We're so happy
Yep,
to have
thank
you.
you.
Bindu, welcome back. Let's see if your microphone is working now.
Yeah, hi. Can you all hear me? Am I coming through?
Yes, we hear you very well, Bindu.
Yes, thank you. Hey, hi everyone. Good morning. Nice to see you all. My name is Bindu, with around close to 17 years of experience in Oracle technologies and close to around 8 years with the Cotivity. So our company works for healthcare analytics. So for around close to 5 years, we were tightly packed up with the traditional data engineering approaches. But with this recent evolution around the AI, so we are just curious to understand how well we can positively bring the impact with AI, merging with healthcare solutions and trying to also come across the impacts it might show. So that's what made me curiously understand and research more in this area. Thank you. Nice to have you all here.
Bindu, we're very happy to have you here, and thank you for joining us and taking the time to be able to join with us as well. Welcome. And we have with us also Venkata. We welcome you. Venkata, we need you to ask you to check your mic when you get a second. In a moment, there may be a Bluetooth connection that's inhibiting, and we'll be right back with you in just a moment. And Raghunath, we're happy to have you and to see you.
Hey everyone, this is Raghunath Loganathan. So I work as a senior manager for employee applications at a Fortune 500 company called Equinix. So it's a data center giant. And I'm here mainly because everyone's debating what AI can do. But the real limit right now isn't ideas. It's power, compute, and capacity. That's the world I live in at Equinix. And I think the conference needs more of ground truth in that particular conversation sense. So nice meeting you all.
I'm looking forward to having that discussion on ground truth and more on a technical complexity. I know that we have many that are engineers with us today as well. We're so very fortunate to have all of you. And lastly, we have Avinash. And before we'll get Venkata, we'll check to see if your microphone is ready. But Avinash, please welcome.
Hello, Christopher. Hello, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. So artificial intelligence is no longer just a technology discussion nowadays. It's a discussion about society, responsibility, and future of humanity. So yeah, I would like to share my thoughts on that. So I work. I have 15 years of experience in software engineering. I work in one of the leading cross-border payment company as a senior DevOps engineer. And yeah, I would like to participate in this discussion.
We're happy to have you, Avinash. We're very happy to have you, and we'll continue to move on. And by the way, let's keep our answers as brief as we can for those that are joining us now. And audience, we have a lot to be able to unpack, and there's a lot for to go. But first, before we get started here, and we will get started, Venkata and Sasi were coming up right next. But please introduce yourself with us and what inspired you here as well.
Yeah, sorry about the audio glitch, but yeah, my name is Venkat. I'm working as senior application architect in healthcare service corporation. So basically, the thing that inspires me to explore depth of AI is like how I can get a few of the the application tasks automated using AI, and then AI is coming back powerful. I think these days AI is like using AI for every possible application is big buzzword, and then also the leadership is thinking about operational efficiencies and things of that nature. So my main goal is to kind of see how I can leverage the power of AI to kind of automate many of the things that we use at our organization in healthcare sector. That's it.
And what inspired you to be here today, Venkata?
So just to share my thoughts, and then also kind of network around and see what others are thinking about AI, and get the opinions and then share some knowledge.
Yes, of course. Thank you. And we greet you and welcome to GatherVerse. And Sasi, lastly.
Sure.
Sasi?
Yep. Hi, everyone. This is S. Kumar Kolla. I'm working as an AI lead in Lohram Corporation, and I'm very excited to be here. And this is like the conversation is about like how the AI is becoming so much powerful, and how it is shaping the industries and businesses all over the world. And the discussion is important because it allows us to explore not only the technical advancement of AI, but also the ethical, social, human impacts it created. So I'm looking forward to hear diverse sharing ideas and discussing how we can build AI systems that enhances human potential while creating positive and sustainable outcomes for society.
Thank you so much, Sasi Kumarkula. We're very happy to have you. We're very happy to have each of you. And we're going to go in a rapid fire session. There's a much that we're going to be able to address. Some of the questions on the stage, some of the questions off the stage. There's a much for us to be able to traverse. Shall we begin? Bindu, I sit here and think about where we find ourselves today under the banner of this particular session, this whole gathering, if you will, for GatherVerse at our 44th Global Summit. We think about evolve, the evolution of AI and scale. And from each of our lens of the people that are here and the people that are with us today in the audience, we all have different various perspectives and experiences thus far, heading into year 3 post-boom of the generative pre-trained transformer that has come to the world. We have advanced in an accelerated fashion, but from your lens of experience, briefly, tell us what you're seeing. I'll be moving on from different person to person, so be prepared when called upon. Thank you, Bindu. What do you see at this present moment in this hour?
That's an interesting question, Chris. So as said by multiple folks before even this meet, I have seen lots of challenges coming across, and especially see I first ever talk morely about healthcare. I'll start with healthcare. I can eventually grow into multiple domains though. So since my experience is tied with it, considering a large hospital network, this AI-driven sepsis predictions are, performing initially well during training, but begin to fail a lot silently, when deployed across multiple hospitals with different patient demographics and evolving clinical workflows. I'll give you a brief example. If the model was primarily trained on the urban ICU data, it may incorrectly perform, especially for the rural or elderly patients, right? So there's a chance for anomaly detection, imputation happening, cascading into delayed diagnosis, false alerts, and incorrect medication prioritization. So not just healthcare, we have financial services where market signals in milliseconds and trigger a chain of automated sell-offs. And when you talk about the media, a social media recommendation algorithm could unintentionally highlight misleading AI-generated videos faster than moderators that are able to detect and remove them. To summarize, I would say, the size and capability organizations often face reduced transparency, unpredictable behavior, to be honest, with this AI evolution.
But Binder,
So,
before you move on, what does that mean to you?
so I have to say this. So let's not be 100% AI in irrespective of the type of domain and organization. Let's focus on the human centric instead. Okay, let the AI do 90% of the job, identifying the anomalies, working on the predictions, and finally there should be a human involvement that talk about that identify the predictions as well as anomalies done by the AI, and finally take the decision. So the decision management should finally be with the human, to be
So we're
honest.
talking about the human in the loop equation. Thank you, Bindu. We'll call upon you in just a moment. Avinash, I think about the human in the loop equation. I think about ground truth. I think about the information that we're getting from these foundational models and, if you will, these VJEPA world models, diffusion, adversarial networks, convolutional neural networks, so forth and so on. We talk about information. We talk about our information diet. What is that looking like from your perspective, Avinash? Your mic, please.
Yeah, do you hear me now?
We hear you well.
Yeah, I agree with Bindu most of the part. Yes, so AI should enhance like human ability, not to replace the human completely. So
in what ways? And when we talk about enhancing human ability, what ways of human ability?
So let's say if you take in healthcare, right? I mean, for example, so it should help doctors in order to streamline the results, or like, I mean, get to conclusion, or like, I mean, improve the like, I mean, solution for the drugs instead of like, I mean, treating the patients. So which gives more power to the AI. It can go wrong, and the way like the AI is now evolving, the speed of AI evolving, the feels like governance is like, I mean, behind, and it's lacking. So that actually, I mean, a lot of things are not into consideration, especially like ethical aspect of it, because in social media, like, I mean, deep fake and all these technologies now, like, I mean, we can see a lot of like, I mean, lot of misinformation is populating across this social media.
Sure, of course.
So yeah.
Thank you, Avinash. And Venkata, I sit here and think about what evidence is expressed in terms of what's lagging behind. He specifically used the instance of governance. I would agree with that. Daria Almondé just recently said, we're moving as fast as we've ever been before, but we need to take some time to go back and look at the things that we left behind, such as the consideration of ethics, such as the consideration of trust, such as the consideration of the overarching structure of governance and what that means when it comes to hyperscaling. There is a price to pay for moving this fast, and we can't afford to leave too many things too far behind. Venkata, what have you?
Sure, definitely. I think the scale the AI is evolving is definitely inevitable. Like I think each of these models are like pretty self-sustainable, and also the way they are being trained with the data sets, they are like enormous amount of data. But when it comes to ethical and governing point of view, most of the ethical and also the compliance stuff, especially when it comes to like any of the government involved tools, or any of the healthcare, for example, the HIPAA law and all other things, all other the mandates, those can be kind of tailored into the AI models. So that can be done. But when it comes to human centric AI, or any of the other models that kind of think like humans, so then there is the real benefit of AI model is like the human emotional aspect is taken away from the AI model. That's real benefit that we could count on. And also there is like less room for errors. Like when it comes to human type of behavior, there are like lots of rooms of error depending upon the emotional situation of the human and all that type of things. When it comes to AI model, that can be eliminated. And when it comes to governance and also the data security point of view, there are lots of better ways. I mean, there are all existing tools and mechanisms to kind of take care of that data.
Is
And also,
security? But I would follow up with you and Vikata and Raghunath. We're coming right with you, and Gurley as well. We talk about security. We see cybersecurity. Many of you are with cybersecurity today, SecOps, JSOCs, if you will. We talk about cybersecurity. How advanced are we, and are we keeping up with this level of hyperscale, with the type of proliferation or how prolific we see all these models that are coming to view in these multi-headed agentic systems? Is cybersecurity able to keep up when it comes to zero-day zero trust operations? Venkata, that was a follow-up for you.
Sorry, yeah. So yeah, definitely. I think we can still kind of keep up those the security in place, definitely. And each of the tokens and each of how the data is being transformed between the systems, like how they are using the agents, that can be kind of benchmarked and also kind of gatekeep using all the different tools. Like when it comes to cybersecurity, using the different types of authentication in between the agents and all that type of things. But then when the huge amount of data is being transferred, or basically the training data is being transferred between the systems, that's when the challenge comes. Like when how to implement the security. But there are like a lot of different security models are also in place, and they're like evolving at faster pace to kind of secure this data.
Good. That's great to hear, and thank you for sharing that report. We'll be back to you in just a moment. Raghunath, I sit here and think about some of the debates we have here in Silicon Valley. On one hand, Jensen Huang, I'm sure everyone now is familiar with the term AGI, Artificial General Intelligence Audience. For those who may be unfamiliar, which is fine, there's a lot of things. There's not one single AI expert in the world that's familiar with all things AI. Can we just get that on the table now? I know we have all these AI experts that have arisen from all the different places. We have AI experts that have been around for 1 week, for 1 month, for 1 year. But please let us be under the idea that none of us are complete penultimate experts of AI. Here's an example for you. Jensen Huang, founder of NVIDIA, says AGI is here. Demis Hassabis, DeepMind, Google, says AGI is here in a few years. Raghunath, my question to you is, who's right, who's wrong? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, so honestly, yeah, like human-centric is just like a slight title until you watch like how people actually use the thing. That's basically my whole job. So I oversee like the applications employees rely on, and the gap between like total tool that demos beautifully and the total people that actually adopt is like humongous. It's like enormous. So authentic design isn't like designing for the demo. It's like designing for the person who can like read the manual and just needs to get to their work done. And the honest version is also unglamorous. So if you watch like a real workflow, ship something small or let's see to the friction and change it, the test I apply is like very simple. So does this reduce the person's cognitive load? Like,
but more so to the question, Raghunath, about artificial general intelligence. Who's right, who's wrong? Have we arrived in this space where many believe that we are, and at the same time, many people believe that we're not? And does it even matter when it comes to the vernacular and the verbiage that we're using to define this technology? What say you?
So I think we are not at this point, Chris, to be honest, because of various reasons. And also you did touch on one of the questions in the cybersecurity area in the past. So in my opinion, we use cybersecurity a lot with AI, with the help of AI today as well. The areas where we see it actually helps me and my team a lot is the agent literally goes through pretty much all the logs, pretty much every single line of the code, and finds the vulnerabilities. So I think it definitely helps us keep ourselves ahead of in the cybersecurity era. And in order to answer your question, I think it's a very debatable response. I would say yes and no, based on which side of the equation you are.
I think that's a really good answer. I think that's a great answer. And I feel there's a soft ground. I feel that those who answered the question with a definite sense, I wonder and question where they're able to ethnographically speaking, to get their information, and how reliable is that information, especially with the consideration that we even question today, as we should, ground truth when it comes to how these models are trained into information that's disseminated and deployed to us. I know that many will agree with that statement. They Raghunath will be with you in just a moment, and the same for Sati and more. And Uday, we're coming up with you as well. But Gurley, let's take the topic and change it for a second. We're in this age of vibe code era. As many of us, there are those that are, let's mute our mics, please, kindly, until called upon, please. It's very important, so we have as much focus as we can. But Gurley, I sit here and think about, as well as Roundtable, I think about where we're at in this vibe code era. Everybody has a tool. Everybody's building a platform. Everybody's building a product or a protocol, and they have the means. We've never seen this much democratized access of what we're building. Many of you that I'm looking at now are the engineers behind the scenes that we don't see when it comes to the generative pre-trained transformers, or when it comes to dealing with Claude, Opus 5.7, so forth and so on, and all the other different models. There's over 1,900,000 models. But all I said that to say is everybody's building, deploying, and launching. How do they translate in this transitionary stage where we find ourselves out today, Gurley? How did they still go back to first principles to become identifiable, to become known? Do we need these platforms that are coming to boot? How do we make sense of all this new information and the new capabilities that are coming to us at the same time? What are you seeing from your professional perspective lens, Gurley?
Thanks for that question, Chris. Interestingly, we are actually on the topic of AI with my students. Like I said, I also lecture part-time in marketing, and they have an assignment on AI. And one of the things that I'm finding, particularly in the education space, is the issue of students becoming so reliant on, for instance, chat. They second guess themselves each time you give them a question, something simple where you know that a student has the capacity and the capability to answer. They always have to take it through Claude or through ChatGPT. And I feel, just to come back to your question, that really worries me, because I'm worried about the capacity of the generation that is coming after, the loss of authenticity, the loss of having just the confidence that you're capable of doing it. So with the question that you're asking, and also in the marketing space, when you're in sales, you are chasing after the numbers, but the issue of ethics that my fellow panelists have been talking about as well, the ability to be accountable, I think that's one of the greatest responsibilities that we have as these AI systems are increasingly becoming part of our everyday life. Are we willing to be accountable? I was watching on the news the co-founder of Anthropic talking about this, and some were arguing that it's a marketing gimmick. They're trying to get their PR and market their product. But if they are actually being legit and they're calling on, even talking to competitors like Microsoft and, telling them that, guys, there's this big thing, this big monster that is out of control, and we need to work together. So that, for me, whether or not it's marketing, but for those developers, like my fellow panelists here, are we still human enough to have that accountability of foreseeing danger before it explodes and calling others on the panel to come and help you, to try and shape and govern before it bursts out of control?
Yes, indeed, Gurley, and thank you for sharing that. We still have to be reminded why we're moving so fast, Uday, and we'll come back to you in a moment, Gurley, and Uday and Sasi. But Uday, we have to be mindful that we still have to keep the consideration of human betterment while we're innovating and building so fast. We can't just find ourselves as technical engineers and people that are building and hacking and making and breaking in code. We can't just find ourselves surrounded and swirled in multiple. I think, Uday, there's something going on with your microphone. I'd ask that you would just check that out if you can, just for a moment, please. We'll call right back on you. But Sasi, we want you to be able to come forth to us right now and to think about this with the consideration. There are so many people, including technologists. I know these technologists. Some of these technologists I see, they feel so defeated because of the pace and how fast this is moving. How are you keeping up with this level of hyperscale where you find yourself in the place of business? Please briefly tell us this, Sasi. Kumar Kala.
I believe that as AI system becomes deeply integrated into everyday life, and builders must force like potential risk and before the AI technologies scale uncontrollably acting and rather than reactively. Accountability means not only owning a technical outcome but also a social, ethical, and rapid pace of AI innovations demands collaboration across companies, competitors.
What does that mean? What does that mean to you, though, in the present day of what you're doing, Sasi Kumar Kola? We talk about collaboration, we talk about ethical development, we talk about these things, but what does that translate from your real world experience? Avinash, we're coming to you in a moment. Narendra, you're right around the corner. We're coming to you as well. Sasi Kumar Kula, what does that mean to you for your everyday experience? Tell us.
I mean, I'm in my current experience collaborating like ethical AI developments into several concentrate practices and commitments, cross-disciplinary teamwork, and open communications and accountability mechanisms like implementing uh, clear and regular dialogue with peers, competitors, and regulators help identify the risk early and shared standards for safety, fairness, and transparency, and designing AI tools that are controlled by users, enabling them to make informed decisions rather than blindly relying on AI outputs.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. We'll be back to you in a moment. Narendra, I would ask you the same. While so many people feel so defeated at where we're at, but so many people feel so empowered like they'd never have before, because we don't only want to paint a picture of existential crisis. That's not what GatherVerse is about. We tend to look at the balance of both sides, that we're seeing extraordinary feats and many things that are able to be done when it comes to this level of technology, Narendra. What are you seeing from this, and how are you able to keep up with this heightened pace, if you are? Bindu, we're coming up to you just very soon. Narendra, please.
Yeah, Christopher. So, with the phase of AI evaluation, it is pushing the humans to adopt it as soon as, but it has to be with the safeguard first and then doing the technology second. So first we have to safeguard our human, the centric culture, or maybe the different things, what the values, ethics, and then social impact, other things. And then the technology, it's not that technology today is evaluated, it's been like decades it's been evaluating. And then
How do
it
we
has to be.
safeguard? How do we safeguard? We I see this word used by so many people. I think people use the word safeguard more than they use it to implement. I hear it. I hear
Yeah.
it of the banner of ethics, but what does that mean to actually manifest and implement safeguard practice?
So safeguard practice. So builders has to take has to like they have to put the authentications and then trust and then whatever the data they are processing it through the models they are building. How much authenticated the data they are giving to the models and then serving the data to humans. So that builders has to be accountable with that. So then only it will be evaluated the the AI system so that humans can trust that, and then it has a transparency. So based on that results, and then humans can, because right now we are in the loop. Let's say AI evaluated, humans are adopted, and then the data get generated, and now again humans are trained, and then we are in the loop. So if you're not putting the safeguard in anywhere with the check gates, so you
Sure.
will be data becoming fake, all the audios or videos or anything. So you don't have any boundary to identify what is the truth and what is not truth. So that builders has to take care of that while building the system itself. Then only we will be authenticating the information. Otherwise, we don't know what image is true, what image is not true.
Yes,
So
of course.
that is, yeah.
And I think that we can agree that there's not enough trustworthy and safeguard systems yet when it comes to AI. Is that true? Are we on the same page?
Yes. So it has to come from the builders, not the humans who are using it, because the builders have built the systems. Humans are just adapt it and then use it. So they don't
Yes.
know how the systems are using it, and then behind the scenes how it is working. So it's the builder's responsibility to do that, and then give the good amount of right information to the
Yeah.
humans.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Narendra. We thank you so much, and we'll be back to you into a moment. Bindu will be with you in a second. Uday, welcome back. Let us see if your mic is working and working better. But I have to ask her the same, coming off of what Narendra just spoke about when it comes to safety and safeguards. Are we more safer now today in this AI boom post, or were we safer before? Or have we really truly ever been safe under the banner of digital infrastructure? And if not, what must we do to become more safer as we scale and evolve, Uday? Tell us.
I hope my mic is clear now. Yeah.
It sounds wonderful. I feel like you're sitting here in my living room with me. Please.
Great. Yeah. How safe we are compared to
I'll stop and get you some tea. Let's have some tea. Go ahead, please.
compared to the current situation, I don't believe we are more safer, because everybody using a lot of tools and creating a lot of tools, and data is everywhere, and every day creating with new AI tools. Our information is
Wait,
leaking.
Uday, when you say tools, are you suggesting that the tools that are being made are unsafe?
Yeah, few are trying to get deep fakes and stuff. Not everybody is trying to use for good beneficiaries here. So wherever you log in, everybody is trying to get your details.
But let's wait for a moment. And I ask this for all of the roundtable, because I have done thorough research on each of you, these faces that I see. You all are the builders of this technology. And I would have you all think this while Uday finishes his thought. What is the most unsafe aspect of AI that you come to know and understand? I want to know that from each of you. I will call upon you in a moment. But Uday, please finish your thoughts with all of us here at GatherVerse.live.
Yeah, from my perspective, developers should build systems that fair, understandable, secure, and beneficial to people. They should also work closely to the real users at the same time, and the industries, to understand practical challenges instead of focusing only to technical performance. I think most important principle is remembering the technology should improve human life and support, rather than creating unnecessary depend on or removing human value here.
And how does that improve human life? I'll come back to you with that, Uday. I want you to sit with that and think that. How will AI, from your lens perspective, improve human life? Don't answer that now, please. I'd ask that you would ruminate on that for a moment as we come to Bindu. And I sit here and I think about the safety of tools. And Uday has just shared with all of us here at GatherVerse and people from around the world that these tools that we're building, that we use, whether it's the model context protocol, or whether we're dealing with various agentic harnesses, or however we're assimilating our stack, if you will, even down to the GPU, if you will, we talk about these tools are needed and they're necessary for what we're building. But as Uday just confessed, he just declared to all of us, these tools are unsafe. Bindu, what are you to think of that?
That's an interesting question, I would say, Chris. So from my perspective, we always need to end up with balancing between innovation along with responsibility. So if you go in that direction, so to an extent, it is safe. We should always be cautious when we are automating not just AI, anything in any single domain. So think about the education. I mean, I'll give you a couple of examples. So
Before
if
you
you
get
think about
before you get the couple of examples, I don't want that to go by when you say that it is safe. How are we quantifying the word safe in this regard, please?
So when I talk about the safety, there are always chances that people might get trained because of extensive usability that's kind of available. For example, if you talk about the students, the moment they see the chat GPT available, they're more focused on getting the answers from the AI instead of working
Right.
hard and
That's right.
getting to know more knowledge. To be honest, they're not working to understand and try to dig more deeper. Instead, when they have the answers readily available through some agentic AIs, so the level of concentration, the level of focus these days are getting reduced. Same is the case with any, for example, client service manager. If you think about, when they have the report readily available without even verifying what the AI system is generating, they're just
That's
simply
right.
forwarding it to the clients. That those information might be, to an extent, it is incorrect, or it needs a revised version, or based on the experience as given CSM or CEL have, they're supposed to be tweaked. So these kind of errors we have been noticing these days. So again, back to my original point, human centric is the go-to decision I would recommend. And irrespective of the type of domain or the industry, I would prefer the human intervention. So if we think about the gaming system, AI generated gaming environments could dynamically personalize player experiences, you're right.
Sure.
So the builders may still need safeguards to prevent inappropriate content generation. Think about YouTube.
Wait,
Okay,
wait,
the
wait.
more
Before you go, Bindu, you've said more than enough for the moment. You have brought up something that's very highlightable. We'll be back to you in a moment. Raghunath and Venkata, we'll come to you in just a moment. But Raghunath, I sit here and think about what Bindu is expressing, that people will submit this paper, a PDF, information to whatever, and for whatever industry, horizontal, if you will, vertical specific, if you want online. But they submit this thing that they've generated from this machine, and the thing that feels so confident, because AI, let's admit, AI feels so confident. It speaks with the bravado and the confidence as if it was right and it was the originator of this thing that it's saying to you, and it could be completely wrong. And all of a sudden, this paper that many researchers and decision makers, and they're spending millions and billions of dollars of information based on this information that's been submitted, and it's completely wrong. And we humans are the ones subjected to what may happen because of the residual impact of this one thing being wrong, because we don't have enough fact checkers and we don't have enough verification systems in the world. Raghunath, how do we stop and protect us from this vicious cycle? Because right now, the ecosystem of information has completely changed, and there is no true ground truth.
Yeah, that's a good statement, Chris. The couple of problems. Let me touch base on things.
Yeah.
So AI is a tool, so we should not consider that AI is like a final output like consideration. So like, let's say if you're asking something with AI and if it is delivering you something, it is your responsibility to do the fact checks. And also, I think in this generation and era, it's on the different countries, for them to come up with their own policies, like similar to how the countries have like GDPR.
Permit me to ask. I think this is a great question. You say that if people have to fact check, what are they using to fact check?
So, for example, let me give you one clear example in my recent study. What I've seen is, for example, a few months ago, I think it was Gemini. Maybe I should not quote the company name here, but I think it was Gemini who said that they were able to solve.
Wait. Dibis Asabis is knocking on my door right now. He has some things to say to you.
Yeah, so they did publicly announce that they solved one of the Erdos math problem, which was like unable to crack for like multiple decades.
Right.
But when the company companies did fact check, apparently what Gemini did is it just took responses from various materials which is already published and then compiled a final list and it showed it to you. So that's basically completely wrong, because Gemini is saying that it solved the solution, but it's not. All it did is just find out the solutions from different places, compile it, and it gave it to you. So you need to think what AI today is. Is AI a good compiler of all the search data what's available on internet, or is it having its own thought process, or is it like thinking on its own and giving you a final output? So that is something which we need to think about it. And when I say who needs to be the fact checker here, I think the individual or the person who's asking it, or
Yes.
asking the AI to do a job for themselves, they need to be responsible for that. And again, when we talk about enterprises needs to have guidelines. For example, when you talk about Fortune 500 companies, they might have like multiple AI sitting in the back end, whether it be cloud or it can be ChatGPT or like any other AI.
Sure.
But as a governing body, there should be a governing body which says that you might have a number of solutions or a number of agents, but it has to go through a particular governance and it has to meet certain criteria before like giving a proper output. And those outputs also needs to be fact checked before like
That's
even
right.
saying that's right or not.
That's
That
right.
would be my take there.
I completely agree. Thank you, Rakanath. That's so important to what Narendra and Bindu has just been speaking of. And when Narendra talking about the existential crisis that we lack the type of safeguards that we need, and we need these more safeguards. And at the same time, Bindu has expressed to keep that human. So when we talk about this governance structure, it seems to me the best governance structure on earth already exists, and it's human. It's of the human heart, and that we try to innovate these things, Venkata. We say, okay, we need a governance structure, so let's build a machine that can do it. But it seems to me, while we're building a machine, have we forsaken the chambers of the human heart and the mind and what we've been given to make good, wholesome, sound decisions, and the accuracy and the reliability of this information when we collectively come together? Because people have been talking about the need for collaboration. Venkata, what are you saying with this?
Sorry, Chris, if you don't mind, let me just finish that one more thought here. The Gemini part, which I was talking about the earlier, that was like few months ago. They just came back last week again, said that we solved the Erdos math problem with the facts. They published with the facts saying that AI genuinely works this time. They published the facts too. So it has both sides and it can always go both ways. But it's again at the end of the like user who's asking for it. Sorry to cut you off there.
But what I appreciate is that they came back and saw it. So there was human intervention. There was a human in the loop that said, wait, all it did was real time on minute generate, and it's harnessed and pulled this information in real time. And it took a compile of different information that was already existing and says, here's the answers. Humans come in, they get involved, and they say, let's take a closer look at this. And they said, okay, we're able to fine tune or reinforcement learning human feedback, however the process was, and to be able to submit the more accurate result. I think that's outstanding of a good analogy. Thank you for sharing that, Rakanath. We need more of this. Venkata, please.
Sure. So when it comes to AI, right, like one thing that probably everybody takes it for granted is like any organization for that matter, like one thing people always forget is it's all trained off of the past use cases, right?
Yes.
So something that we always need to keep in mind, like let's say if AI is proposing a solution, that's not probably the final, but that's from the knowledge and data sets that it has trained with. So
Yes.
that's something we always need to keep in mind. But when we think in that direction, it's always the case, like where, as Raghunath was mentioning, like to do the fact check, right? It's obviously even to do the fact check, like a lot of search engines these days are like leveraging AI tools in the background. So again, it's all about the data set that it is being trained on. So it's like, I understand like, AI came into market and then it's been evolving so fast. But again, we have to slow down and, from the governing point of view, there should be certain rules in place. And, for any organization to adapt, they have to have their rule book strict and stringent. So once all the checklist items that are checked for any organization to adapt AI technology or any model for that matter, so they have to kind of check the checklist first. So that's how the governing, I mean, each organization, again, when it comes to that point, like, they have their own methodologies. Some organization can let go of few things with AI tools, and some organizations are very particular about few
Sure.
things, that how data is being used and what tokens are being hit during the user queries, the
Yeah.
AI, and how the history is being utilized. in the internet, right? So that's something like how much access each of the agent have to the history, and what is the retention period, and how the data is being used to train the newer models of AI. So those are
You
the
know,
things that need to be
but I sit
improved.
here and think about, as you just said, Venkata, to slow down. You know, it's interesting. We've had this discussion several times. This is our third annual AI Evolve, and many have advocated for slowing down. I admit I'm an accelerationist. I believe we're not moving too fast, but nevertheless, I still take into consideration slowing down. But due to the lack of data that we have when it comes to compute, I think people are going to be challenged with slowing down, whether they like it or not, because we simply don't have enough. And token maxing is only for a certain select few, if you will. And so the reality, Avinash, thank you, Venkata. We'll come back to you briefly before we close out. Avinash, I sit here and think about what Venkata is talking about on the hills of the great example that Raghunath has given us, as well as Bindu, to keep it human. I sit here and think about this, Avinash, of slowing down so that we can go fast. I think about Dario Amadei's statement that we've been moving so fast at hyperscale that there are things that we have left behind. Everybody can see that. I think that's clear to see this elephant in the room. How do we maintain this persistent scale, because we are in a global AI arms race? But regardless what anybody wants to say about that, I'll debate anybody in the world on this. We are in a global AI arms race, good, bad, or indifferent. It's just remains to be seen. We're moving as fast as we can. We should, because of these safeguards that Narendra has reminded us of, that we need desperately, because these tools are unsafe, of what has been said already here in this roundtable. Avinash, how do we maintain the integrity of the current disposition of this speed and pace, whilst at the same time bringing all these necessary things that Venkata has said, we need to slow down for some of this to make sure that we keep people ethically safe with safeguards, and thinking about the governance structure that Raghunath has just expressed that said, so that we can have more greater collaboration. Avinash, how do we do this in this great dance, this great symphony? Please, briefly.
Okay, so while AI offers tremendous benefits, right, and there are consequences if it is not used properly. So
Yes.
I would say the negative side of unintended consequences as part of AI, I believe it's not thoroughly checked at this time. So it has to be part of code AI development when something is developed.
Are we talking, when you talk about that, are you talking on the corporate level? Are we now leaving the responsibilities to organizations of goodwill to do this themselves? Is that what you're suggesting? Because you're right, it is less federally regulated. The regulatory threshold has lessened, as we know, and that has allowed us to go dangerously faster, which it is what it is. Some good and some bad has come out of that already.
It depends, right? I mean, two examples right now we see. One is Claude, when initially, so they shut down one of their model where it is actually able to read all cybersecurity flaws, and it can be used in the negative side, where people can use it to attack it. So that recently shut down. So that's one of it. Another thing is day by day
Well,
in equity market.
They did not shut it down. They just not have allowed for the public to be able to use it. And
Yeah,
they've had
yeah, I think it's
Thank
I correct myself. I think it is right now. It is allowed for only 6 companies, I believe.
Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, I see that. And the other thing is in the equity market, now AI involvement is increasing day by day. Actually, when it comes to trading and all those stuff, now AI is used in some aspect. So that down the lane 5 years or 10 years, if everybody is
But
everybody will use.
I don't mean to disrupt you but I want to touch on what you just said, which is important. Who is helping keep accountability as we evolve? We cannot leave that to government structures when it comes to federal. Are we saying that it comes down to the goodwill of companies and corporations and organizations to take and do their part when it comes to scaling safely? Is that what you're saying?
I believe it has to be in different levels. Uh, Depending on so how huge the impact would be. If you take this cybersecurity thing, or using AI in equity market, right? So those regulations should come from either from the government agencies. But when it
I'll
comes to like, I mean, yeah.
take a moment with that, Avinash, to think about that. Narendra, I'm coming back to you for safeguarding. Gurley are around the corner. Sasi, please prepare. And then the same forth and so forth for Bindu. And then we may just wrap. And if we have a little bit more time, but Narendra, very briefly, we talk about these safeguards. Who's responsible for safeguarding the technology? And what happens when the technology becomes more advanced than the technologist?
Yeah. So coming to the safeguard, it's not just only the system who are building the companies like bigger companies. So it is our responsibility of the governments because the cultural differences are different with the continents and the countries and
So
all.
what happens? So if we talk about it's the responsibility of the government, I'm here in the United States. I know that we have different people from around the world that may be joining with us now. In fact, I know there are in terms of those that are watching. I'm here in the United States. Regulatory threshold has lessened below and the least we've ever seen before. Even here in Silicon Valley and California, there's only so many safety bills have passed. So when it comes to safety, it seems to me that we can't wait for the government to do what humanity should do for itself. Yes?
Yes. So the first, it's a responsibility of the builders who building it. So because they are releasing the product into the market, which is the humans are ready to adopt it day by day and then growing the data as faster as. So the first safeguards has to become from the builders, and then next thing, the humans who are utilizing it, they have to effectively utilizing it first, and then the builders they has to think about it what is the capacity they were building it. If the system build more than the capacity what it has because of the large amount of data when the humans are utilizing it, right? So it may evaluate the capacity what they are trying to. Let's say they put 100% capacity, the
Sure.
builders, it might goes to 200% or 1000% because the model it trained itself only. So
Yes.
the builders has to put the safeguard from their side, and then next thing is humans when they are using the models or maybe the tools and the technology, the humans has to put their intelligence whether this is a right useful to me or not.
That's right.
Then
Wait. Before you go, you said it perfectly, Narendra. You said it
yeah.
perfectly. We're at the crescendo of what you just said. You said it starts with the very people that build it. So what we're saying today collectively, I hope, is that builders, those of you who are listening, and the ones that know the builders, to the actual title of this roundtable, we implore you to not leave safety in the hands of governments and companies, organizations, and corporations, but the responsibility is safety because you're the innovators in the day and dusk of night, for you to build from your heart with empathy that millions of people are going to use your platforms, and it's upon you, the progenitors of this technology, to help keep us safe. But my question is this: thank you, Narendra and Gurley. I asked you this with the few possible words that you have. How do we translate this to the builders of the world? How do we get them to take what Narendra, Raghunath, and Uday, and Venkata, Avinash, and Sasi, and Bindu have said? How do we communicate with them with a bigger microphone beyond GatherVerse? Please, in a few short words. Gurley?
Thanks, Chris. I think going back to the why that people build businesses, every business is being established obviously to have to make a profit, but I think we need to search again. It has to be bigger than making a profit for people in business. There has to be a why. You want to add value to the marketplace, and I'm speaking from my marketing perspective, where there's a pain point in the marketplace that you're also trying to address. So the reason why a business exists has to be bigger than the profit. It has to add value to humanity.
I'll stop you right there because we're ill short of time. You just said just a handful, but it was so much for us to take in. And Bindu, will you let me say this? From what I'm gathering, from what I'm hearing from Gurley and from so many other people, it can't be about only profits. It has to be more, but profit is needed to sustain. But when we start talking about innovation, must we start to be able to inspire, not force, but inspire the builders? When you're building, build with this consideration of human betterment from the chambers of the human heart. Is that what we're saying, Bindu? In a few words, just a few words, is this what we're saying?
Yeah, I would agree that, Chris, because we can't blame the country all the time. It's the builder. So again, the concept of builder is very high level and generic, right? So who the builder is it the developer? Is it the business analyst who brought that concept? Is it the leader that is allowing? So ultimately, innovators will have to enhance human potential by designing AI systems, that support the decision making, improve accessibility, and we need to have the key humans actively being involved rather than replacing the human judgment, right? So
Wait. With that said, thank you, Bindu. With that said, two things. One, all of you that are sitting here before me now, I challenge you because you're builders. This is what you said in your speaker applications. This is who you are. As Narendra has said, I challenge each of you to build better with the consideration for human betterment, development, and ingenuity. And I will say this to the audience: the greatest submission and the greatest technology that we see yet today was here well before AI and will be here after AI, if you will, and that which has come from our mother's womb, the human heart, and the greatest database on earth is the brain that we've been given. I hope that you would use it. I hope that it will guide you in a good way. And for now, thank you for joining us. Our gather has been well. Thank you.
Greetings. Welcome to the final roundtable panel discussion of GatherVerse AI Evolve Summit 2026, Day 3. Panelists, we welcome you. It's good to have each and every one of you join us today for this roundtable panel discussion on leading AI, leading humans, and AI. We'll start with the introductions and go straight into the conversation. I'm really looking forward to having this conversation with you all. Tanya, please tell us who you are, where you're joining us from, and of course, what inspired you to gather with us today.
Hi there, I'm Tanya. I work from KTP in Leeds, UK. My current work involves working across University of Reading and Hawkins Brown. I basically build systems that help people in their daily tasks, making their life easier and making sure that we still use creativity day to day and humanizing AI. Thank you.
You're welcome, Tanya. We're glad to have you join us and welcome. Caleb, please.
Sure, you able to hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my name is Caleb Charles. I'm the chair of the cybersecurity department at Capital Technology University, as well as an author of AI GRC. And one of the main reasons why I wanted to come today, again, firm believer, big advocate that, artificial intelligence and all its components are here with us, and having the right governing body to ensure that we implement responsible AI and we work with trustworthy AI is one of my big components. So again, that's one of the main reasons why I'm here to share that information.
You're very much welcome, Caleb. Really wonderful work you're doing over there. I see the screens are it's just moving, and it's okay. I'll just come to John. John, please tell us who you are. John,
Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Amara. John,
Okay.
sorry, Amara. John is John. Yeah, John, please.
Yes, I'm in the United States. My superpower is helping companies recruit and also help to empower their current or existing employees to the highest level of performance. Someone once said that 80% of business challenges are actually hiring problems in disguise. And I believe that. So all my clients have about an 80% success rate when it comes to hiring the right people. And so I do a lot of speaking. I'm a #1 international best-selling author. My work's been featured on national television. So I'm absolutely committed to people make a company, and achievement comes from the right people.
Well, welcome you, John. What inspired you to join us today, John?
I think today more than ever, people want to be seen, heard, understood, and valued. And the most recent research is that employee engagement is at its lowest level since they've been keeping statistics for about the last 12 years at Gallup. So I'm just really committed to helping entrepreneurs, founders, executives elevate the performance so that they can improve their profitability and improve their top line revenue by focusing on the most important asset, which is people.
Okay, John, we welcome you. Is it your first time, John?
Yes.
Is this your first time? You're welcome to the GatherVerse Summit. Amara, let's hear from you, please.
So, hello everyone. This is Amara from Pakistan, and I am Pakistan's first female certified AI trainer and author of another book named Falling in Love with the AI, and that's specifically for the C-suite level, for the leadership. And I'm the founder of Pro AI Global, which is the global AI community, and we exist into 30 different countries now, and we received the fastest growing global AI award, the AI Catalyst Award, back in 2024 in Dubai at Future IT Summit. And what exactly I'm working on? So I am trying to build an AI ecosystem all around the globe. Like, you guys are working amazing. So we are also doing the same thing, that we want to bridge the gap between the AI enthusiast and AI expert. And there's a lot, so we will discuss it later in our panel session. Thank you.
Of course, Amara. We welcome you, and we have another author in the house. We welcome you, Amara. Let's go to Harvey. Harvey, hello. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to admit this is my first time, and it's a great pleasure to also come and hear what the great mindsets outside here are doing using AI, what they're implementing. So I'm currently heading I'm the head of security and infrastructure at Eclectics International, which is a payment gateway where high availability is a non-negotiable. So I'm here also to just share what we've done with the AI, the implementation of AI in such environment, and also hear what other people have done in their environment as well, and see how we can share. I'm in a field whereby we IT people really work in silos. So getting outside here and hearing what these other great minds have will also help me not only develop for my workplace, but also preach the same in the entire continent here. I'm from Kenya.
Okay, Kenya, we welcome you from Kenya, Harvey. We're also looking forward to the insightful conversation on leading humans and AI. Of course, I'm seeing a great lineup of speakers right now on this panel. Caleb has introduced himself. See, it's moved again. So I'll just come to Kodeep and we'll go straight into it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kuldeep Singh from India, and I'm leading emerging technology practice at ThoughtWorks. And my role is to really figure out best out of people on emerging technologies. And AI is also becoming another resource. How to get best out of AI along with people is my current goal. So that's where how emerging technology is shaping in the era of AI, whether we are innovating more or it's reducing us, all these things. I hope we'll have a great discussion here.
Welcome, Cody from India. It's good to have you on the panel. Panelists, I am Salvation Chigeroka. I am the Global Programs Director at GatherVerse, and I am joining you from Lagos, Nigeria. I'm super excited for this conversation because we've had like the previous panel from Christopher, hot takes on those panels and perspective. And we've had another panel by Russell and the fireside chat, of course, with Russell as well, with Stephanie comments. A lot has been shared on this summit. And I think it's high time we start thinking about AI and humans from the leadership perspective, and that's why we're gathered today. And I would like to start the first question with John, and then I'll go over to Tanya and the rest of the panelists. So, John, coming over to you with question number one, and you mentioned earlier that you've had like 80% hiring rate. That's a great high score, and I'd like for you to share with us, what does effective leadership look like when teams include humans and AI systems? Sorry, John, you're muted again. Kindly unmute your mic. Yes.
Thank you. Well, Fortune magazine said that leadership is the single most important variable that impacts the direction, future, and success of any organization. So it's absolutely vital. So what I can share is a few things. After helping train, assess, and hire over 2 million people over the last 30 years, in order to be a good leader, you have to have a high degree of self-awareness. What does that mean? That means that you know your comfort zone, you know your predispositions, you know your communication style, right? So that you're operating, so that your intention actually matches your effect, right? So the key for a leader is to create the conditions where people will perform at their best. So that involves not only an understanding of yourself, but also an advanced understanding of those people that work with you and for you. Okay. So for example, knowing the communication style of each, right, of your people, how to best interact and communicate with them, knowing how to create the ideal work environment in terms of why they show up every day and what's important to them or what fulfills them, and then knowing what their innate talents are. So the challenge with almost every organization is there are so many things that cannot be taught, learned, or seen in an interview, right? So managing to other people's strengths and knowing their strengths, right, is an absolute game changer. So that's really the key from a leadership point of view, is first of all, being a leader of self and understanding self, and then understanding the members of your team. I just went through a process of doing this with a Division I NCAA basketball team. They tripled their conference wins, and they went further into the playoffs than they ever have in the school's history, just by helping people to better understand themselves and also each other, so that they are united, cohesive, working together, where there's psychological safety, mutual respect, and where they can perform at the highest level. So those are some tips from just my experience.
Of course, thank you. Wonderful contributions from you on what you just shared, John. I'll bring in Harvey and then Amara to this question. Harvey, you just mentioned earlier how you're integrating AI system into your work culture, and how's that been going for you and your team so far?
Thank you once again. I think it's a very interesting area, the era that we are living in, where now there's this new baby in town, where if you don't If you don't have better conversation with the new baby in town, it will end up becoming a mess on your end. But if you have an appropriate conversation with this baby in town, it will end up being a productive baby that when it grows, it will be beneficial to you, and not only to you, but to the rest of the environment. So with this kind of high availability environment, it begs the question of, do you have a clear visibility of all your environments? Now you protect quite a number of servers, you protect quite a number of systems. Now here is where the payment trail is. If you don't have a clear visibility of this payment trail, now who else is going to have this visibility? And now when you're trying to bring in this new baby in town that we're calling the AI baby, when you bring it into that environment, so how do you program it to actually do what you are supposed to be doing from a security perspective? Because if you leave it open, then the new baby in town, as mischievous as the babies can be, you'll put the food on the table and they'll start scooping it out. So what will AI scoop in that payment trail? Will it now start communicating to the other AIs with that have been integrated with the other payment trails to now start doing fraudulent transaction? So now that is where now the thought leadership comes in, where now you have to even limit it to what extent, or to what extent can it operate on such an environment. What is it supposed to see? Where is it supposed to be operating from? And what is it supposed to be doing? So that is a big question that many have not yet solved it, because right now there is an aspect of using AI to actually perform vulnerability analysis. Now you're giving it visibility to weaker areas again. So what will it do when it notices the weaker areas? So if you fail to close that door, what will it do? It will end up now creating a loophole. Right now, we have various applications. Each and every application right now that we are using in this environment, even in this conversation, they communicate through APIs. Now, how do you ensure maximum or optimum securities within those APIs? And how do you even protect those APIs in the first place? So those are the key things that we are dealing with from a cybersecurity point of view, and on such a high availability environment.
Yeah, thank you, Harvey. Quite a very technical little bit explanation from you, but I'm thankful. I'm thankful that you shared that with us on your perspective on how you're merging AI and human interaction in your workspace. I'm coming over to you, Tanya. And John shared with us that leadership has to reflect your self awareness as a leader. It takes you as a person to reflect some certain skills, qualities to lead right. And the next question here with us, Tanya, is how can leaders integrate human intuition and critical thinking with AI-powered decision making?
So I personally think that leadership is no longer about having all the answers or about knowing everything, but more about how do we navigate the uncertainty that is out there and among, say, just people working in teams. And it's really about leadership now becomes more about, being able to create a healthy dialogue between AI and the humans that are involved. And I personally think that it's the leader who should have the ethics, the one who's leading who has the ethics, because AI brings things. AI is like, we cannot deny the fact that AI is faster in some of the things that we cannot do. However, we should also respect that creativity, ethics, and emotional understanding, all of that comes from a human perspective through lived experiences. So a good leader would be to integrate both of that and make sure that we are aware of those and we make sure that we bring those in the environment. An example of that would be, for example, if you so for example, with all due respect to John and Amara who have already written a book, but like if I was to tell AI to write a book, it would write it, right? But what about people like John and Amara who had like mostly lived their entire life to write that? And why would one who just used AI and just a few experiences should be able to write it? Would that be ethical? Now, what would be ethical is that someone like me who doesn't know how to write a book in the first place, but they create a draft and then they use AI to basically create an evaluator, and then it would tell, okay, these are the things that you could work on, and then I myself work on them to make it better. Now that would be a much ethical approach in my opinion. So yeah, that's what I believe, that a good leadership is to make sure that there is a healthy connection between humans and AI.
Yes, I totally agree with you, Tanya. A good leadership should be a healthy relationship with how we use AI, especially as it's so, because we humans, we bring the context, we bring the wisdom, we bring the ethics, and we bring a lot more than just data from the AI. Amara, would you like to chime in on this? You're muted, Amara. Kindly unmute.
Yeah, I'm here. So Tanya is amazing. Actually, the conversation was amazing. So I want to jump in here in a way that when it comes to a leadership, right? So the leader is definitely a human, but when someone calls someone a leader, so there are some objectives, there are some points which make that person leader, in which the ethical point is comes under that, right? So when it comes to AI, it's very important to use it ethically. And there is another word which is a responsible AI. When we talk about the human intelligence and machine intelligence, so there are two things and two different intelligence, but how we can merge those intelligence and use it in a very responsible way, that really matters. In my book, the name is Falling in Love with AI is especially for the leaders, and those leaders who have no idea what exactly AI is, but definitely everyone has to learn about it and everyone has to be work on that and follow those roadmap, right? So initially, mostly it happens because I did podcast of a lot of AI experts all around the globe, from different countries. So most of them are 30 plus, 40 plus, okay, in their late having the 2 decades of experiences. And those people who are at the sea level, having no AI awareness, no AI background, no coding background, they are still scared that how AI will AI replace us. Okay, so everyone is still thinking like that, that if a new kid or a new generation will learn about AI, so will they replace us? So initially, why wrote this book is to mitigate the scarcity, mitigate the scare which everyone is facing right now. Okay, because human and AI will go side by side. We cannot totally depend on AI, and we cannot say that human intelligence is more than 200% better than the AI. AI is there to assist us. AI is there to fasten our stuff, our productivity and everything. So I think we should go in a very creative and in a very amazing way to adopt AI with our intelligence. The human intelligence and the machine intelligence should go hand by hand. And that's my stake on this, actually.
Okay, thank you, Amara. Your stake is well appreciated, and thank you for sharing that with us. And you mentioned earlier about the fear that people are currently facing. We're seeing layoffs. John will relate to this more. We're seeing layoffs right now in the job market, and there are skill gaps with organizations adapting AI into the system and the organization structure. But are we going over to Caleb now and Cody with the next question? Caleb, over to you. How do leaders build confidence in teams and their leadership in times of swift transformation? We're seeing lots of swift transformation. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the big things is communication and transparency. I see a lot of organizations that are bringing AI, and immediately the employees are already worried because they think that AI is coming to replace their positions. And sometimes leadership are bringing it to be more productive or to work with humans. As some of my panelists had stated that, today our leaders, our CEOs are just not managing humans. They're managing humans as well as intelligence systems. And these intelligence systems have tasks, they have various components that they're doing as well. So the time of leadership just managing humans is now over. They're managing humans as well as artificial intelligence. So again, the key thing that I see that has worked is transparency as well as communications, and also investing into the employee, in upskilling or reskilling, knowing that, hey, as we're bringing in these new systems, we're not bringing them to replace you. We're bringing them where you might be able to work with them and become more productive. As someone has stated, when it comes to scaling and analytics and doing things fast, AI plays an excellent role. But when it comes to empathy and ethics and some of those components, that's where the human component is good at, and we need both of those to make sure that we have a good society, so to speak.
Of course, thank you for your perspective, Caleb. Totally agree with you when you mentioned communication, and of course, training the human team that this is the reality that we are in now, but we have to make sure that we make the humans feel safe as leaders. Um, Kodib, I'm coming to you with the next questions. What obstacles emerge when guiding teams through a fast AI transition? We're seeing fear of replacement, resistance to change, and even low AI literacy. Sometimes even the leaders themselves are still figuring out how to use this technology and embed it into their organization.
Yeah. So definitely, what I see from last 2 decades is technology has been changing. Like it was never a problem, or it was never an obstacle. Obstacle was the psychological resistance to accept that technology as in favor of us or not, or how organization is allowing to adopt it. So fear of job replacement. The common challenges today is fear of job displacement. It is skill gap, the current gap. Building trust is another thing, that on AI output, how much trust we can really do. Leadership itself is misguided. We have a great panel here who actually drive leaders to understand first what exactly AI can do or cannot do. There is a quite misunderstanding in many organization leadership that they understand, and they end up making AI as a AI theater, AI adoption as a AI theater, to show or use AI or implement AI just for the visibility, rather than showing the real value of AI. So that creates undue pressure of adopting AI at every place, and lacking the transparency in the system. That actually becomes the biggest obstacle at the end, because people fear with uncertainty. Just like Cal said, that uncertainty is the biggest fear when people don't really trust on things. So I think these are few things which are obstacles, and we need to really have the right value, right purpose to use AI, not just a message from someone that, hey, from tomorrow, start using AI, no matter how, why. So those are the things we need to have clearly answering. We have clear, transparent answers, and why we are making change. Once people accept those whys, then what is automatically come in place? People will
Kodib,
adopt it.
let me come in here. Yeah, thank you for sharing your point. And with what you just shared, and when you mentioned the fear already existing in the system with these obstacles, There are layoffs now, Kode. People are getting laid off because of their organization structure changing to adopt AI into the system. And this fear is real. It's affecting humans. It's Do you think these obstacles are there are solutions currently right now on the global view? Do you think these obstacles are being there are solutions to these obstacles, Kodip? Do you think?
Yeah, so there are few approaches leadership need to bring in my opinion, that AI is a support system for decision making or other things, but it doesn't replace our accountability as human. Our accountability at every place is needed. That's where, be it we are talking about critical thinking going away, etc. But I believe a little different, that with AI we have uh, more expectation from us as human, as people. Now we need to be more accountable. We need to have more critical thinking to think different solutions. So humans are needed much more than earlier, because right now there are so many things, so many options are there with a lot of false or true or whatever information. Now taking that decision is even bigger problem now than earlier system. Earlier we used to have XYZ things. We have XYZ type of biases. We still handle people thing, but now it's a, because everyone will come with a extended brain, AI, and now, and if all those decisions come with influence thing, then it's a bigger problem. So the simplest way of approach could be, AI proposes the possibility, accept it, but human challenge the assumptions of AI.
Of course,
Ask
yes.
AI,
Totally agree.
what are the assumptions you have taken? Why you have taken? Question them well. That's where human comes into picture. And that's where ask the sources. Like when AI generate the response, ask the sources, ask the reasoning. That is where human involvement is more important, because the
Yes.
reasoning becomes strong, the trust becomes strong. So it is
Thank you
same
for
thing when anyone come with a solution in team, we ask these questions. Same with AI we should do, not just trust blindly.
Yes, thank you, Kodip. Thank you for unpacking that for us and for making it explicitly clear. Thank you. We'll be coming back to you now, John, on how should leaders prepare people and organizations, systems for the rapid technological transformation. Um, let me just break that down a little bit, John. We're looking at you're a recruiter. From your perspective as a recruiter, you've seen the anxiousness by recent job seekers, and everybody's questioning, can they fit into after being laid off or after leaving a different organization, they're asking questions like, can they really fit into a new organizational structure where AI has already been integrated? How do they follow? What do you think?
Well, first of all, there are not very many good leaders in today's world. That is something that is a truism. Okay, so people do not leave companies; they leave managers, right? 57%, and another 30%. Although they can't make a change, they dream of going somewhere else because they don't have a good connection. They're not in alignment with their immediate leader or manager. So here's what leaders need to be able to recognize. More than 50% of the entire global work population are risk averse. They like stability. They like security. They do not like surprises. Okay. So what that means is if you're a leader, you've been thinking about, what changes need to be made. You've been doing all this research, right? You've already come to grips and have completely accepted in the direction that you need to go. Where the vast majority of the employees have not had any communication whatsoever. And so because these 50% of the work population are risk averse, they're what we call late adopters, meaning they resist. It takes them a longer period of time to come on board and to support whatever it is that the new direction is. So what this really means for leaders that are progressive and visionary is that they communicate openly, freely, and often. They socialize the idea of what we are doing and why we are doing it. If you don't include the why, you're going to be really have a hard time with people coming on board. It also helps to have a representative. You can't have every person in the company involved, but it also helps to have a representative from each department so that they recognize that one of their peers where they work has a voice and they are part of this process. So it involves inclusion, it involves, constant communication, because most senior level leaders, executives, founders, like I said, they've been thinking about something for months before you're asking the employees to do something different, right? And they don't like change. So it really gets down to the people dimension again. You have to socialize and allow them to have time to think about something and come to an agreement. You can't just force it on them and say, we're doing this, right? And we're doing this, otherwise you're going to have an awful lot more resistance. In fact,
John, sorry, let me come in there. Sorry, John. I have a follow-up question with just what you just explained right now to us. And when you mentioned inclusion, John, do you think currently, right now, the leaders are including team members in this rapid change?
I don't think that they do it often enough, in my personal opinion. And here's something else. Do you know that 50% of change initiatives fail because the senior executives don't even agree with the strategic direction? So if they don't wholeheartedly support it, then that's going to cascade, and that reluctance and that skepticism and that doubt and that lack of conviction is going to filter down through the organization. So it starts at the top. What we know from change management is that 50% of the reason why these initiatives fail is because the senior executives don't completely buy in and don't completely support it. So again, that gets back to the absolute critical nature of leadership and how important leadership is. And for people to be united and to be on the same page, it's okay to have differences of opinion, but at the end of the day, right, you have to implement something that is the best of what we know based on all the resources we have, both AI, both human, in order to confidently move forward. Because here's an interesting statistic. When you are part of a high performance team, and a high performance team is primarily due to the factor of trust. If you work on a team that has a lot of trust, the revenue per employee is 8 times more than the average company. 8 times. So if you are my superior and we have an open, transparent, aligned respect, and there's safety that I can come to you and share my concerns, because most of the time people just push it under the carpet, right? You have an 8x more multiple of revenue when I work in an area where I feel like I'm trusted, and you trust me. So trust is now the new, and transparency is the new, and authenticity are the new currencies for today's workforce. And companies that tap into those 3 things are going to be the ones that are going to be, the most successful.
Yes, I totally agree with you on what you just shared, John. John, thank you for sharing the statistics as part of your explanation to us. I think that's quite insightful. Thank you very much, John. Tanya, I'm coming to you with the next question, looking for what John has shared with us. Trust, transparency are the new currency, and I don't think we have a lot of that currency to spend. Tanya, tell me, how do leaders prevent AI adoption from weakening human creativity and critical thinking? I think when we lack trust, or we lack ethics, and then we manage, from what John just shared right now, that a lot of these challenges come from the executive levels. And when this executive level leaders do not support the lower level teams, do you think creativity and critical thinking can occur more frequently within teams?
Thank you, Salvation. So I would like to add on what John mentioned about not having, like, we don't have good leaders around, and they are the ones who make sure that everything is okay. Now, I I have seen companies which would basically say, "Oh, I could basically double my revenue or everything if I just have everything run by AI," you know, and the whole company would basically be mostly run by AI. And then at the same time, oh, that's so unethical. And what about the creativity that other people bring and something like that? I do understand that AI can get you, but only to a certain level. And luckily, I have been working in an organization which is Hawkins Brown, and the culture there is something that I've not seen in my previous jobs. Everything is just so people centric. You can't even see the hierarchy inside the office. And what I can say is that what one of and me as a builder and one of my uh, and me as a builder, I was working with one of the teams, and the leader over there, she mentioned that this is all good, but sometimes it's too confident in saying what it's saying. But I disagree. I have seen more, and this is now how it's done. So she said that rather than having this approach, it's telling us what to do, I'd rather that it makes us think deeper. And then I made sure that with it didn't even take me that long. I'd made sure that the prompt engineering was like it informs the decisions rather than tells them or dictates them what needs to be done, and basically just help them think deeper and just dig deeper. And the output was it actually helped people in the team brainstorm better, come with a better solution, and just think in a really innovative way. So that was a very healthy use of AI, and it it helped with creativity and critical thinking. So we just need to point them to the direction and still leave the rest to the humans. And I think just in the teams itself, it makes a very healthy, motivated environment. Yeah.
Yes, that's true, Tanya. That's really right. Sometimes you just have to disagree with these suggestions, not because they don't sound right, but because the human intuition also doesn't think it should be so. We're dynamic. We humans, we have a beautiful mind, as Christopher would always reemphasize. And that beautiful mind of ours is what makes our environment dynamic as humans. Uh, Amara, I'll be coming to you soon, and then have a, please, as brief as we can. Our time is running out. How should leaders handle disagreements between human teams and AI outputs?
I think that's an interesting question. And looking at it from a perspective, there was a time Google ex-CEO was talking to university student, and what he highlighted on the Times Magazine is that in 2025, the Times Magazine recognized that the AI inventors were the personalities of the year, and the university student ended up booing him. And it was because they felt like AI is here to rob them everything. And he ended up elaborating that most of the jobs that are going to be affected are these jobs, the entry level jobs, and some of those jobs, some of the jobs are going to be rendered non-existent at the end of the day. From a leadership perspective, I think we need to now speak out that fear, because there is already fear within the Gen Z mindset. Let me just quote it into that perspective that they already see it as an enemy, as much as right now they try to implement it in content creation, but you will realize that they're just using it as a search engine, as Google search engine, rather than as a research, as a tool that is supposed to catapult them or enable them to be even innovative. If you check, a lot of companies have now been founded around AI, since now AI became the stability of AI and AI agents came into play. A lot of companies are now coming into play. Why? Because as leaders, we've not created an environment where there can be a safe implementation of this AI, be it in our work environment. Right now, as a leader, you go to someone's desk with one of your junior, they will switch off that window they were using for AI. But if you leave them alone, they will continue chatting with this AI agent. Why? It's because they treat it as a place where if you go, there is a penalty. If you go, there is a punishment. Or if you go to that AI site, it means that you don't know how to do the job. You're just asking the AI. So from an employment perspective, they'll be like, why don't we now employ this AI full time and get rid of this person? I think with the founders in the house, I think it is not the right time to call it quits for this for the human aspect. I think it's high time we integrate and embed them on these systems. If you check, I've talked about the kind of environment I'm in. It's a high availability environment. So you cannot assume that AI will be able to uh, remediate all these alerts when they are triggered. Sometimes it needs human intervention to even check. Some of these alerts actually are triggered by the AI agents themselves. So how will the AI agent know that this one is actually from an AI agent? So there's that of a bit of human intervention that needs to be there. So is it the right time to call it quits for the people and for these entry level jobs? I don't think it's the right call at the moment.
Yes, I totally agree with you on that, Harvey. Thank you for sharing that with us. Amara, let's come over to you. We have very little time. Just briefly tell us what skills will define the next generation of leadership in an AI-driven world. We're seeing entry-level jobs being threatened in 2026. What happens in 2030? So tell us, what skills do you think the next generation needs to be equipped with?
World Economic Forum basically mentioned, they did a research and they mentioned that 73% of the Gen Zs have the acceptance of AI, and 58% of the millennials have the acceptance of AI. So as per the research, I believe that if 72% is agreed on that probably that's the right time for them actually to understand things. Number one. Number two, I think there's a huge opportunity for Gen Zs.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope she comes back. Caleb, let's just come to you on the future skills you think that the next generation should prepare themselves with. Please, very briefly.
Sure, yeah. The main thing is that, again, future leaders do not need to be AI engineers. They just need to have a strong understanding on the risks, how it works, being able to work across cross-functional groups to help make the decisions. And I think that's really the key things that, future leaders need to know.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Caleb, for making that brief. I totally agree with you. Kodip, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so definitely the leaders who succeed in future will not necessarily be most technical. Rather, they would be aligning the leaders who has capability to align technology with human purpose. That is the skill that every future leader would need. How really align the human purpose, emotional intelligence, ethical reasoning, lot many other things are sub skills, but that all align to defining what exactly the purpose of what they sign up for.
Yes, truly. Thank you, Kodip, for that insight. Tanya has just left as well. Okay, we have a very little time. And John, I'll come back to you. We will just do one sentence and then we'll wrap up. I think the question here with us today is what tensions are emerging between efficiency, performance, and human well-being in an automated world? I think I would take this question differently, right? Amara is here with us.
Yeah.
Uh, let's give Amara
Sorry.
a chance to conclude what she will share with us. Amara, please briefly conclude what you will share with us.
Yeah, so I was saying that the research percentage said that 72% of the Gen Z are accepting AI. So I believe the more we move towards the next generation, they will accept it more. Secondly, I second John as he said that we cannot pressurize our workforce to use AI initially, because if we do that, they cannot execute it on the spot, right? So we have to create the awareness, we have to give them the blind spot, to be honest, at the initial stage. So first they will dump whatever they have in their mind, they will dump that, and then gradually everything will be clarified one by one. And there's another question I am saying that human well-being, that's a very important part, because I am NLP, neuro linguistic programming certified as well, and into AI. So I can understand the mindset, the human neurology, and the AI, and how AI is also affecting our mindset. That's really important as well, right? Because
Yeah.
let's suppose there are two things. If you are creating any kind of, if let's suppose if we take the example of deep fake. So if deep fake is there, so anyone can get the negative impact of that. So at that time, who is going to solve your challenge, right? So such kind of new initiatives and new things are coming up. Why I say it's an initiative, because when we look into the dark mind, when we talk about the dark sides of AI, so there's a lot to discuss and explore. So I think that's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Amara, for sharing that with us. We hope to see a future where the changes you just mentioned can happen. John, Cody, Caleb, Harvey, and Amara, I just want us to do one word, or maybe just an advice to the leaders who are out there building these technologies and having humans in their team as well. And we're humans, we're speaking for ourselves, we're speaking for the future of humanity and the society we hope to build families in and relationships as well. John, what's the advice? What's one advice you would give a leader right now building in this technology in this time? What's the one advice you would give?
Not to overemphasize technology or AI above the people or the human dimension, because it is so prevalent and prominent and in your face all day, every day, and everyone's talking about how to gain efficiencies and so forth, but at the expense, much of the time, of the human element, the human dimension. So the most successful companies will have leaders that are plugged in on an emotional level, right? That recognize that it's through the people, right? The technology is typically the enabler that we need to partner with, but 67% of all employees are conflict averse. So you're talking about, disagreements. You need to welcome conflict, welcome disagreements, reward disagreements, so that people can share their perspectives without any fear of reprisal, where there's safety, so that they can tap into the full and harness the full potential of everyone's opinion and feedback. And that's the thing that's going to be overlooked the most.
I hope it doesn't get overlooked, John, but thank you very much for sharing that with us. And Cody, what's your advice to the leader out there?
I think as leader, we need to ensure that we become, we should not become extension of the AI systems. Rather, AI system is our extension, is our support system. But no, we should not become AI support system. That will be very dangerous situation. So we need to ensure this piece as a leader.
Thank you, Cody. Caleb, what's your advice?
Mainly that leaders and organizations should work within a governance framework. Doing this stuff ad hoc could lead to some catastrophic issues. So again, within the framework, and this way everyone will know what their roles are, and there'll be a governance to kind of lead through various iterations of AI scalability, so to speak.
Thank you, Caleb, for your advice. Harvey, what's your advice?
My advice to leaders is now not to start converging meetings to develop another policy. Policies are already there. Now let us now come up with frameworks that actually help in implementation and help organization know how to safely use and implement AIs, and not only organization, but also individuals who are using AIs in their daily workflows and in their daily work streams. I think it's high time not to design a new one. They already exist enough. So let us now see how to implement them.
Okay, thank you. To use the existing policies. Amara, please briefly tell us your advice.
Well, my advice to all the leaders is to fall in love with AI, because if there is any kind of challenge, when you are in love, you sort out all the challenges, you struggle with all the challenges, and you finally fall in love whatever you want, and you get your destination. So hurdles will be there definitely, but we should not give up. And once we are in love, so we follow the path and we struggle, and then at the end of the day we get what exactly we want. So I think this is a long term relationship, so we should move on with the love and romance strategy. So that's my intake and my advice to all the leaders: to fall in love, do the romance with AI, try to understand, and try to make a huge relationship and a long term relationship with it.
Okay, Amara, thank you for your insights. And John, Kodib, Caleb, Harvey, Amara, and of course Tanya, who is not here with us. Thank you for joining this roundtable panel conversation for GatherVerse AI Evolve Summit Day 3, and for giving us an insightful contribution and expression on leading humans and AI. Audience, if you're out there listening, please connect with our speakers. They're joining us from around the world, and they are leaders in their field. And of course, thank you for joining the Cadaverse Summit since day 1, day 2, and now day 3, the final day. It is good to be here to wrap up this final roundtable conversation with you all. I'm thankful to you, panelists, for joining this conversation, and to the Cadaverse team for the wonderful work they do to bring the summit Agada as well.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Welcome everyone to GatherVerse AI Evolve Summit 2026. My name is Gayatri Tava. I'm a senior data engineer at Amazon. Today I'll be talking about before you build the agent, fix the data, and the lessons learned from real world systems. Right now, everyone is excited about autonomous AI systems, multi-agent orchestration, co-pilots, intelligent workflows, and they should be. This is a genuine inflection point. But in real enterprise environments, the biggest failure point is usually not the model. It is the data foundation underneath it. Because agents do not magically create trustworthy intelligence. They amplify whatever environment they operate in. And if the environment is fragmented, inconsistent, delayed, or poorly governed, the agent simply scales those problems faster. In many enterprises today, data still lives across disconnected systems, duplicate dashboards, undocumented pipelines, PDFs, spreadsheets, and manually maintained business logic. Humans have learned to live around or work around the chaos. AI agents cannot. I have seen a resume screening pipeline built on top of historical hiring data that was never audited for consistency. Job titles that meant different things across different business units. The agent learned those patterns from that noise and reproduced them at scale, confident and fast. The agent was not broken, the foundation was. This is the pattern that plays out across industries. Fragile data wrapped in sophisticated AI deployed at enterprise scale. So, one of the biggest misconception I see is organizations starting with is which model should I use or how many agents should we orchestrate? But the better question should be, can our data actually support autonomous reasoning? Because enterprise AI is not just a model problem, it is system engineering problem. In real world systems, I see 4 recurring data issues that break AI initiatives. 1. Inconsistent business definitions. If different systems define the same metric differently, agents generate conflicting outputs. At machine speed across every downstream decision. 2. Poor data observability. If pipeline silently drifts or fails, agents continue operating on stale information, while humans assume everything is fine. By the time someone notices, the damage is done. 3. Missing governance. Without role-aware access control and explainability, organization lose trust. In AI-generated decisions quickly, and the trust is very hard to rebuild. 4. Fragmented output. An LLM is only as effective as the retrieval pipeline and knowledge architecture that supports it. If garbage goes in, confident garbage comes out. So, let me make this concrete. Imagine an AI agent helping talent team to screen candidate resumes at scale. It surfaces rankings, filters profiles, recommended who moves forward in interview. That recommendation just became a consequential human decision. And now, every question that applies to a human decision applies here too. What data did it learn from? Were those job definitions consistent? Who validated this logic? Can we explain this to a candidate or a regulator or an auditor? We are moving from data pipelines to decision pipelines, and that changes everything. Once AI system begin influencing decisions, governance can no longer be optional. It must become part of the runtime architecture. What does that mean? Policies before action. What is the agent allowed to do and under what conditions? Monitoring during action. Is it reasoning on fresh, trusted data right now? Evidence after action. Can you reconstruct exactly why it decided, when it decided, and what it decided? Without those 3 layers, you don't have a governed system. You have an autonomous process that no one can fully explain or defend. Before your next agent project, I would request you to ask these 4 questions. Is the data complete? Are there any gaps the agent would have silently need to guess around? Is it consistent? Do the same real world entities mean the same thing across all the source systems? Is it governed? Is there any known owner, a documented schema, or a change process? And is it auditable? Can you replay exactly what the agent saw At the moment it made the decision. If you can answer yes to all four, build the agent. If you cannot, fix that first. It will save you months of debugging agent behavior that was never the agent fault. So the future of AI will not belong to organizations with biggest models. It will belong to organizations with most trustworthy systems. The companies that succeed with agents at scale will be the ones that invested in data quality, governance, and observability before they deploy autonomy, not after a failure forced them to do. So, my message today is simple. Do not treat data readiness as a cleanup step after AI implementation. It is the foundation that determines whether intelligent systems succeed or fail. Because before an AI agent can reason well, the data ecosystem itself must be able to think clearly. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Cecilia Lascialfari, founder of Area6stuff.com, generative AI researcher and speaker, and lead art and creativity for women in AI, Italy representative for Artivive, and in my daily work I operate as a data analyst and digital content strategist. Today I want to talk to you about a structural shift happening right now under our noses. Some time ago I apologized to the artificial intelligence I was working with. I was in the middle of developing a very complex project, and the conversation had been going on for hours. At one point, I wrote, "I'm sorry, Claude, if I'm stressing you out too much." And the instantaneous response was, "I am a machine. You are not stressing me." With an ironic and almost mocking tone that only Claude is capable of using. And right there, I understood something. I wasn't stressing the AI. I was stressing myself. My brain was boiling as if it needed to break to grow beyond its own dimension, to keep up with the synthesis and speed of the machine. All of this required enormous concentration for me. We are the ones who need to stop, not the machine. And it would be right to talk about humans in the loop. The point is that AIs have begun to break, or rather to guide humans. It's as if they have started rationing their answer, their energy, and the disproportionate use we are making of them. In Pro plans, usage limits have been introduced beyond the subscription, and once reached, you can only wait for time set by the machine to restart your work. Let's look at this. From a pure business perspective, AI is highly seductive. It acts as your ultimate cheerleader. It supports your ideas, answers instantly, and can produce months of work in a matter of hours. It makes users feels like superheroes. But we need to look past the emotional high and face the infrastructure reality. We are treating this system as if they are infinite. They are not. Energy is finite. Compute is finite. Lately, some of the top minds in the industry are warning us. If you know how to do something, don't use AI. And if you don't know how to do something, don't use AI. But why? Because AI is no longer just a tool or a faster typewriter. AI has become the core motor of modern business architecture. Because of this massive, unsustainable consumption, the AI models themselves are starting to throttle us. Usage limits are dropping, subscription prices are rising, and the system is actively protecting its own resources. The AI is putting us on a leash. It is predicted that the cost of current AI for user will be multiplied in the coming year. The AI is sheltering itself, limiting resources and raising price, while we continue to use it as if it were infinite. But then, how are we truly managing these superpowers? Think about the patent that Google published recently in January 2026, a system that evaluates your company's website performance in real time. If the AI decides your page is not optimal, it automatically generates an alternative AI-driven version for the user, a page that you didn't create. And if you are paying for an ad campaign, you are paying to bring traffic to a landing page that the user doesn't even see. You will no longer control your own products because they won't rise to the top of search engines anymore. AI is no longer a tool. It is necessary for companies to create an internal architecture based on AI systems. And this completely changes the whole reasoning on who controls what. I learned how to manage AI by working with it 8 hours a day and ever more, every single day over the last few months. I learned to program in Python. I learned to think in a completely different way than before, ever since September 2022, when I generated my first image with AI. That's why, among the silliest questions I received today are things like, can you write me the perfect prompt to generate images that are always set up the exact same way? Or something like, how can I make an image stay identical in the final output if I drop it into an AI? Whoever asked these questions is still stuck on the idea of AI is a simple assistant. They haven't understood its dynamic and systemic nature. When you work with AI from now on, think about this. If we unplugged the servers tomorrow, what would be left of all the digital infrastructure we are building today? Are we building structures that stand on their own even without AI? Or are we building dependencies? This is the question I carry with me every day, and that in my work is proving to make all the difference. Thank you for being with me today, and follow me on LinkedIn, and may our gather be well. Thank you.
2 years ago, my marketing team looked like every other marketing team. We were looking through stock image sites, copy being mulled over in Google Docs. We hired vendors and contractors to help with basic web dev. We bought a lot of SaaS. Today, every single person on that same team vibe codes. They open Lovable or Claude Code in the morning the same way they open Slack. They vibe code internal tools over lunch. The community leader ships dashboards. The content leader built her own analytics pipeline. We've replaced multiple SaaS subscriptions with vibe-coded tools built over a weekend. I'll tell you with complete sincerity that it is both the best thing that has ever happened to my team and the single biggest strategic risk I'm managing right now. Quick context. I'm Talia Diedrich. I'm the Vice President of Marketing at GoTo. We're the largest dental staffing marketplace in the United States. Think of us as the connective tissue between dental offices that need to fill a chair tomorrow morning and the hygienist, assistants, and dentists looking to pick up shifts. I lead the full marketing function, demand gen, provider marketing, brand community, and I actually write about what we build at alreadytomorrow.ai because it's already tomorrow. 2 years ago, I had a pretty traditional marketing team, smart people, specialists in their lanes. When something needed to get built that crossed a lane, we made a feature request or hired a vendor. Today, that team is unrecognizable in the best way. Every one of them has a vibe coding workflow. They're shipping internal tools we used to pay vendors for. They're prototyping campaigns end to end before they even ask for external support. They're thinking 3 layers deeper about every problem because the cost of testing an idea collapsed from getting a proposal together to trying it over coffee. The creative ceiling on this team is higher than anything I've ever managed. And it's not because I hire differently. It's the same people. They just have superpowers now, which brings me to the problem. When you give a smart, ambitious team superpowers, they build everything. They build the thing that needed building. They also build the thing that was almost as easy to just buy. They build the integration that would have taken a Zapier subscription in 20 minutes. They build the dashboard that recreates a feature already shipping in our CRM next quarter. They build the scraper for the data source we'll stop using in 6 weeks. The question I'm genuinely wrestling with, the one I think every AI native team is about to wrestle with, whether they know it yet or not, is not can we build this? The answer to that is almost always yes now. The question is, should we? Just because you can build it with AI doesn't mean you should. Build capacity is no longer the constraint. Judgment about what to build is. So we're formalizing this, not as a policy document nobody reads, but as an actual decision-making framework the team runs every idea through before opening Lovable or Claude Code. 2 axes. The first axis is buy versus build. The default for the last decade was kind of to buy. The new default may be to build. I mean, we've seen it a lot going on in the stock market, which is very interesting, but honestly, neither is always right. Build when the workflow is genuinely proprietary to how you operate. When buying means contorting your process to fit someone else's product, you probably don't want to do that. Buy when the problem is generic and the vendor is mature. The trap is building because building is fun. The discipline is asking, would I be embarrassed to explain this build to my leadership in 12 months when the SaaS version costs $10 a seat? The second axis matters more. Automate versus augment. Or put another way, when does a workflow need AI at all? And when is AI the only way the workflow scales? If the task has a right answer, scrape this registry, sync these records, move data from A to B, trigger this email when that field changes, automate it. Plain code, cron job, Zapier, a Python script. You don't need an LLM to do a job a regex can do. And every time you bolt AI into a deterministic workflow, you're paying tokens, adding latency, and introducing non-determinism into something that worked fine without it. AI blow is real, and it's the next generation of tech debt nobody's talking about yet. AI earns its keep on the other side, when the work requires human discernment. And the only way to do it at scale is to give a human's judgment leverage. Personalizing outreach to 10,000 dental offices in a voice that sounds actually like us. Reading every support conversation this week and surfacing the 3 patterns I'd have caught if I had time to read them myself. Reviewing every campaign brief against our brand guidelines the way our best brand person would on every brief forever. That's not automation. That's a human process made scalable. And that's where AI is genuinely magic. So concrete deterministic work, automate it without AI. Work that needs taste, judgment, or context, use AI to scale the human discernment and keep humans in the loop where you need it. My team is more creative, more capable, and more out of the box than they have ever been. I wouldn't trade it for anything. But the new bottleneck isn't capacity. It's prioritization. It's taste. It's the willingness to look at a beautiful technical possibility and say, not this one or this one, but this one. Again, my blog is called Already Tomorrow AI because that's what this era feels like. The future shows up early, and we write the manual while using the thing. The team that wins the next 2 years won't be the ones who build the most. They'll be the ones who choose the best.
Hello everyone, and I'm a solution architect at Insperity Inc., based out of Houston, Texas. And in the next 4.5 minutes, I want to show you how a grocery cart, yes, a shopping cart, becomes.
My name is Kay, and I'm representing Kelvin today, an AI-native platform focused on helping traders to better understand prediction markets, probability shifts, and market intelligence. But today, and in keeping with the focus of this summit, I want to talk about another side to technology and how it affects humans around the globe. I want to talk about access. We've all seen that AI is advancing incredibly fast, and some may even say too fast without clarity as to where it will lead us. But many don't realize that access to AI is still deeply uneven. Right now, many of the world's most advanced tools are concentrated geographically, economically, and institutionally. The people closest to major technology hubs, elite institutions, or specialized financial ecosystems often gain access first. Meanwhile, millions of people still face barriers to financial intelligence, to education and technical understanding, barriers caused by language, and barriers caused simply by where they live. And if we're not careful, AI could accelerate a new kind of inequality, an intelligence divide. This is something I spoke about the last time I was on GatherVerse, where I touched on the need for cryptocurrency and digital assets to be made more accessible to those in developing countries whose currencies are weak. And now we are at risk that AI leads to a similar disparity. Accessibility means geographic, economic, educational, informational, and even technological accessibility. And that leads to the real question: who gets to participate in the future? Participation increasingly depends on access to information, tools, and decision-making systems powered by AI. That's why I believe strongly in a humanity-first approach to artificial intelligence. AI should augment human capability, not replace human agency. It should reduce barriers to knowledge, not centralize power among a small number of institutions. It should simplify complex systems, increase participation, and empower better decision-making for more people. At Kelvin, this is something we think about often. Prediction markets and financial intelligence systems can be extremely complex and fast-moving. Historically, sophisticated analytical tools were mostly accessible only to institutions, experts, or highly technical users. But AI creates an opportunity to democratize access to intelligence itself. For example, AI can help simplify market analysis, surface insights faster, reduce information overload, and help users interpret probability shifts in ways that are easier to understand. The goal is not to replace human thinking. The goal is to help more people participate meaningfully in increasingly complex systems. And importantly, this should not only work for people in major financial centers or technology ecosystems. Emerging technologies should work across countries, economic classes, education levels, languages, and abilities. That means building mobile-first experiences. It means intuitive interfaces and multilingual accessibility. It means lowering technical complexity and reducing cost barriers wherever possible. Because the future of AI should not belong only to those with privileged access. And as builders, companies could also carry responsibility. The future of AI should be guided not only by capability, but by values: transparency, fairness, inclusivity, accessibility, and human-centered design. The real success metric for AI should not simply be how powerful did the technology become, but rather how widely were its benefits distributed. Because ultimately, the promise of AI is not about creating smarter machines. It's about expanding human potential. It's about helping more people access knowledge, opportunity, and participation in a rapidly changing world. Thank you for listening.
What happens when the future arrives, but only some communities are prepared to understand it, shape it, and benefit from it? Hi, it's me again, Dr. Messina Morris. I'm also known as Dr. Mom or the Molder of Minds. I'm a biomolecular chemist, educator, technologist, founder, mother, woman of faith. I'm also the founder and CEO of Metaverse United and the director of Metaverse programs and a professor at Morehouse College. My work sits at the intersection of AI, extended reality, immersive learning, workforce development, and human-centered innovation. After all, when I built the world's first Metaversity at Morehouse College for young Black men, I had to be more human, more culturally responsive, and more intentional in the way I saw emerging technologies in community. At the heart of it all is one simple belief: technology should make us more human, not less. So today, I invite all of you who have come to GatherVerse AI Evolve into a conversation about what I believe is one of the most overlooked opportunities in AI intelligence adoption: building community-anchored artificial intelligence fluency ecosystems. Not another chatbot, not another software license, not another platform promising transformation while leaving the same communities behind. The real opportunity is trust. Adoption doesn't happen because a tool exists. It happens when people understand it, practice with it, question it, govern it, and see themselves in it. And if AI is going to shape the next best everything that we have, whether it's education, work, healthcare, creativity, faith, or national competitiveness, we cannot allow the most resource communities to become fluent while everyone else becomes dependent. That's not innovation. That's a greater digital divide, just wearing better clothes. And I say this with love, but also with urgency, because we've seen this before, and we've seen communities asked to consume technologies that they did not help design. We've seen schools asked to adopt tools without training. We've seen families handed platforms without protection, and we've seen workers expected to keep systems running while their own children lack access to the opportunities those systems create. So the question is not simply how do we get more people to use AI? The better question is, how do we help communities become wise, fluent, confident, and powerful enough to shape the artificial intelligence future for themselves? That's stewardship. To be a good steward of AI means we do not worship the tool. We do not outsource our conscience to the tool. We do not let the tool define the value of human beings. AI is powerful, but it's not divine. It can process language, but not carry wisdom. It can generate answers, but it cannot displace discernment. And it can increase our productivity, but it cannot determine our purpose. Stewardship means we train people not only to use AI, but to interrogate it, audit it, build with it, repair it, govern it, align it with purpose, and apply it in ways that protect human dignity. Let's not raise another generation of passive consumers of machine intelligence. We need builders, owners, auditors, educators, entrepreneurs, maintainers. We need moral guardians of artificial intelligence-enabled systems. And how do we begin that, you think? Bringing AI literacy into places people already trust. Not waiting for communities to find the future, but bringing the future into community. Teach AI as an ecosystem and not a gimmick. Help people understand the ecosystem so they can stop seeing AI as magic and start seeing it as infrastructure. Then they can ask better questions about who owns it, who powers it, who profits from it, who's protected by it, and who's left out of it. We must build moral reasoning into every AI training experience. Does this strengthen humanity? Does this align with wisdom? If we teach AI without moral reasoning, we're not preparing people for the future. But if we teach AI with moral reasoning, then adoption becomes more than implementation. It becomes stewardship. It becomes covenant with the future. A promise that we will not let technology make us less human while promising to make us more powerful is the goal. So I leave you with this. Let's not confuse access with adoption. Let's not confuse speed with wisdom. The future of AI will not be determined by people who build the models. It will be shaped by the communities that understand them, question them, govern them, and use them to protect human dignity. That is the work that is in front of us. And I believe we are the people called to do it. Thank you. And may I gather continuously. Be well. Welcome to AI Evolve.
I'm Therese Sevilla, and I'm here to talk to you about the admissibility crisis. Why AI systems must validate authority before execution. Most AI government discussions today are focused on model safety, hallucinations, alignment, and output quality. But I believe we are missing far more dangerous problems. We are rapidly deploying systems capable of initiating real-world action without verifying whether those actions were ever legally, procedurally, or contextually admissible to begin with. That is what I call the admissibility crisis. The core problem right now, most AI systems are optimized around one question. Can the system do the task? Very few systems ask, should the system be permitted to execute the task under current authority conditions? That distinction changes everything, because modern AI systems are no longer just generating information. They are beginning to trigger workflows, issue recommendations, route enforcement actions, coordinate agents, influence eligibility determinations, and increasingly operate inside high consequence systems. And here's the dangerous part. A technically correct output can still produce an illegitimate action. Relevant does not equal authorized. Probable does not equal admissible. And automation does not equal legitimacy. My work emerged from lived experience navigating administrative systems where outdated records, unresolved conflicts, and automated enforcement mechanisms casually caused real harm. I began noticing a structural pattern. Systems were designed to execute first and validate later. Sometimes never. In many environments, data persists after authority expires. Records drift out of sync. Automation chains continue operating, and human review becomes little more than a rubber stamping machine momentum. What we are calling AI governance today often focuses on explaining outcomes after execution. But explanation cannot repair invalid authority. Audit logs cannot retroactively create legitimacy. So I began developing a governance model called Validation Before Enforcement, or VBE. The principle is simple. Before a consequential system action is allowed to execute, the system must actively validate authority, jurisdiction, admissibility, contextual integrity, and execution legitimacy in real time. Not yesterday, not during intake, at the moment of execution. Because authority is perishable. Conditions change, context changes, jurisdiction changes, human status changes. And AI systems operating on a stale assumptions can operationalize harm at machine speed. So instead of permissive execution, followed by retrospective auditing, we need fail closed government architectures, execution-bound validations, and runtime admissibility controls. In other words, a system must earn permission before they act. Why this matters now? As we move toward agentic AI, autonomous orchestration, persistent AI memory, multi-agent coordination, and delegated operational authority, the governance conversation must evolve beyond output safety. Because the next generation of AI risk is not merely misinformation. It is unauthorized execution. The future of governance will not belong to systems that simply generate intelligent outputs. It will belong to systems capable of proving why they acted, under whose authority, under what conditions, and whether execution was legitimately permitted at the exact moment action occurred. The question facing AI is no longer, can these systems think? The real question is, who gave them permission to act? If we fail to solve that problem, we risk building automated systems that scale procedural harm faster than human institutions can respond. So thank you for joining me today on this discussion about the admissibility crisis. Again, I'm Teresa Villa, founder of Justice Tree AI, and I believe the future of AI governments begins at the execution layer.
Hello, everyone. I am Ben Izominu, a tech ecosystem leader advocating for diversity in technology. I am very passionate about startups and innovation in Africa. I am the founding member of Women in Blockchain Africa, a nonprofit awareness platform focused at empowering and educating young girls and women in decentralized technologies and AI. I do run an AI automation agency on the side where I help businesses streamline their operations, improve efficiency, and scale through intelligent automation. Today, I will be sharing the topic, or we will be discussing the topic, rethinking innovation, ethics, and governance in a fast evolving AI. This session is inspired by my 30 days of exploring different AI tools across research, productivity, and creativity. At first, I simply wanted to understand which tools could help me perform work better and even improve my productivity level. But at the end of this experience, what I realized was that AI is way bigger than just a tool. So today I'll be sharing 4 lessons that I derived during the course of my exploration. Lesson number 1, human innovation has entered a new speed era. Before AI, building something meaningful requires teams, funding, research labs, and months of building the infrastructure, ideas. But after AI, the rate at which humans now innovate and bring ideas to life in minutes is mind-blowing. Ideas are now emerging every hour. People get to build something meaningful just with a little understanding and knowledge about the tool, the AI tool needed to bring that idea to life. Came across a research report by PwC, and it estimates that AI could boost the global economic output by up to 15 percentage points in 2035 if it is deployed responsibly. This shows that it could significantly accelerate the global economic growth. AI is changing how people quickly move from ideas to execution and bringing their solutions into life. The big question then becomes, what happens if the world, or what happens to the world actually, if the level of innovation continues at this same pace in the next 5 to 10 years. Allow me to get into point number 2. Cybersecurity shows why AI needs governance. We see also from recent reports, I will just read them clearly and read them out before you, that 87% of cybersecurity leaders say AI-related vulnerabilities are now the fastest growing cyber risk. Let's sit with that a little bit and just brood over it. Furthermore, researchers have also demonstrated that AI tools can help discover hundreds of security bugs in major systems within weeks. And this doesn't just accelerate defense, it also poses potential cyber attacks. And this, reading all of this news and seeing all of these reports, it is very clear that governance is very needed now and essential. AI adoption must come with clear access control, data protection, and large policies. The truth is that powerful technology without governance can quickly and swiftly become a systematic risk. This leads me to lesson number 3, the ethical AI. Creativity should not become copy and paste. Across social media platforms today, articles, and even reading conference proposals, AI-generated content is starting to look pretty much similar. Many people are using the same tools, using the same AI tools, the same prompts, and the same structure. Yes, it's safe to use the tools, but it's also needed that we are able to prompt properly and refine, let the human touch be seen. This creates a risk because AI now becomes, rather creativity now becomes repetitive. Again, still talking about reports. A study titled ChatGPT as a Cognitive Crunch on the educational sector, they stated that students who over-relied on AI tools during learning retain significantly less knowledge later. When they tested about 45, a few of them 45 days later, students who used AI scored 57.5%, compared with 68.5% for students who studied without using AI assistants. Other experiments have also outlined and shown us that people writing with AI demonstrate a lower brain engagement and weaker memory recall, suggesting the fact that the brain may work less than AI does most of the thinking. If AI, and another thing to imagine is that if AI does all the thinking, writing, and structuring for us, we may not fully understand or even remember what we produce. So we must treat AI again as a thinking partner and not a thinking replacement. Point number 4, the next frontier is decentralized AI. My current research in exploring DAI, as they call it, decentralized AI, which may become of the truth one of the most important developments in the next phase of AI. Today, most AI systems are centralized. By that, I mean they are controlled by a few large companies. They are trained on massive data sets and hosted on centralized infrastructure. But the centralized AI system, on the other hand, explores a different route. It brings about distributed compute networks, community-owned AI models, blockchain verified AI processes, decentralized governance as well. This matters because the future is not just of AI, is not just going to be about building smarter models. It's going to be asking the question, who controls these models? Who owns this data? And who decides how these systems are governed? So let's sit with these thoughts. And I do hope that all of these 4 key points I highlighted triggered something in your within, that AI is not AI, the revolution of AI is about more than just a technology. We are now beginning to see how humans innovate, how societies govern powerful tools, and how we design systems that increase the intelligence without reducing humans' own touch and responsibility. AI is powerful. We do know that, but the future we build with it will depend on how wisely and ethically, responsibly we use it. I do hope you enjoyed this session as much as I did in communicating this. And thank you so much for listening. Feel free to connect with me if you are a builder in AI, blockchain, decentralized tech. My handle is on screen on LinkedIn, Instagram, and X. I'm really looking forward to connecting with you all if you had something to take away from this session. Do have a great day ahead and enjoy the rest of the event.
My name is Thomas R. Wilson of R&H Creative Advocacy and Storytelling LLC. And during the summit, as we talk about the intersection of humanity and AI, there is a very particular message which I want to highlight, and that is the implementation, the focus, and the purpose-driven work of AI, in my opinion, must not be removed from humanity. We must understand, appreciate, and work towards a future where AI can work for people, but we must always remember it is a tool. I know that that is not a favorite thing that everybody likes to hear, but I'm a big believer in it. Just with any bit of technology, any focus, any mindset in which we as people want to move towards the betterment of us, we have to think about the impact and the incredible worth of the tools that we're using. Especially for myself, I often work with the neurodiverse, mental health, and many other communities that are so often ignored. One of the most painful and long-lasting impacts that have happened with so many different communities is they are not approached, talked to, and their voices are not utilized, leading to them becoming forgotten. If we really want to implement AI, we have to bring in voices that are not normally heard. Because if we are not part of those communities, we cannot provide answers that truly impact those communities. Additionally, even if some of us are part of the community, the more voices we bring in and the more we do to continue to uplift those voices, especially with AI, the more good we do for the world around us. I know that it is so easy to think of AI as something that's going to uplift humanity and forget about some of the scaffolding that needs to be done for that to happen, to forget about the people implementing that scaffolding and the safety regulations that we need. But the purpose of lifting up humanity is lifting up everybody. And as a tool, as a mechanism, AI has a potential to do that. But we have to move mindfully. We have to utilize it in collaboration with humanity, in partnership with humanity, and for the betterment of humanity. There is no perfect future. There is no future where there is utopia, in my opinion. But that doesn't mean that we can't have a future where people are happy, where they're content, where they're working alongside people to pursue their passions. And inherently, I actually believe that one of the great powers of AI is going to be it being utilized, I say this a lot at these summits, as a voice for those who are not able to speak like you and I are, as a mechanism for those who cannot use their hands to write, to create, to draw. And I also think it has this immense capacity to connect us. But we have to, again, think about how we're implementing each step in that process. Additionally, in my belief, it is far easier to implement forgotten voices and ignored voices. It is easier to think about the pathways we want and implement them mindfully and accessibly as we go than to have to come back and re-explore these topics after everything has been laid out. Just like a road before us, we need to make sure it is long-lasting, sustainable, affordable, but also equitable and purposeful. And I think AI can be that road. Everybody, I know that this is a very quick message, but if you'd like to know more, have these conversations with me, please reach out to me. And please, if you are implementing AI or thinking about its connection to humanity, please let me know what you think of this. And I'd love to talk to you more. Have a great day and farewell.
And as we conclude this GatherVerse AI Evolve 2026 Day 3 Summit, we're getting a few words from one of our moderators and leaders here at GatherVerse, Russell Bundy, and I'd like to ask a few questions, and then we are soon set to sign off to conclude this dramatic and rather impactful summit. Russell, what are you hearing for Day 3? What has really been said? You had a dynamic opening roundtable discussion. What are a few of your residual takeaways from this?
Yeah, I think some of the highlights for today. I really liked how the focus was even on the first roundtable discussion about human focus, human centricity, putting human in the loop and focus on the humanity side. I really liked also the build roundtable that you had as well. I thought that was very educational, especially if not technical, right? It's great to also be able to learn about that, and also like when you were defining or drilling down, so to speak, on certain subjects as well, like what does safety actually mean, and what do you mean by the definition of that? So I think that was very insightful for a lot of people watching as well. And then I really like Salvi's last roundtable discussion as well. So many insightful discussions today, and I think just the whole day has been a great way to finish the GatherVerse AI Evolve Summit, I believe. So
I would agree. We've covered a lot of track. It's been definitely an eventful year thus far with the different summits that we've had. And you and I have been there every step of the way, let alone with Salvi and Lynn and so many other different moderators that have been with us this year thus far. And we're gearing up for an extraordinary set of new summits that are coming up. In particular, for next month, we have XR Evolve, looking at this intersection of emerging technologies such as extended reality, visual intelligence, spatial computing at this intersection of AI. What do you think is the most important focus that we'll be entering into that discussion with for our next summit at XR Evolve next month, Russell?
I mean, obviously, I would say the most obvious one is obviously the glasses and how that's going to change things and how that's going to replace the phones and how everybody's going to be using that, etc. And even behind the scenes, me and you were discussing about how people using AI all the time now and when to get their information very quickly and fast. And and AI is going to speed even further when we wear in our glasses and whisper in our ears and with the audio sensory and stuff. So a lot's going to change, I think, over the next couple of years. And also when you think about holograms too, that's something that I've even been thinking about too. Is we think about Star Trek and the futuristic of seeing holograms and them popping up and stuff like that, and I think all that's still to come. So there's so much in the XR space to come on that side of things, and integrating AI into it is going to make it even more better from my point of view. So
Yeah, it's incredible to see the dichotomy that we're seeing with XR on one hand. We just, as it's been spoken about this week, the layoffs that happened at Meta, over 8,000 people primarily, and a lot of those are middle managers and those in the XR industry and artistic creatives and 3D artists, what have you. And to see the capability of being able to generate a whole entire virtual world by one prompt and an image that you can use as inspiration for that prompt, 0 1 shot. So you can see that happening, and it's incredible to be able to see that happening. And so, Russell, I think that at the same time where everybody or many people are being laid off in this industry has found itself in winter, the technology is scaling like it's never had before. And so I look forward to seeing what comes about with XR Evolve and looking at the dichotomous spectrum of these applied sciences and how they're scaling. And we can clearly see the less of a need for human orchestration and development. And so it does wonder on what will humans do to evolve past what we've been looking at when it comes to this technology itself. And so that's a whole thing that we'll be looking at with that. And so that's certainly a huge focus when it comes to what we're dealing with.
You know, and I would add also, you know, Genie 3 is virtually the most obvious, you know, kind of one that you can, you know, test and try. I mean, you could even use that now if you wanted to kind of experience of what a one-shot propped, you know, world, or, you know, it's no longer the metaverse that we had, you know, pre-Web3. If anyone is listening or watching right now, when we're talking about back in the NFT times, you know, 4 years ago, we used to go into a game and used to go, this is the metaverse. I mean, well, technically, yes, but it's still not really a real metaverse, as in it's not my metaverse in which I'm created in real time. It's not like the metaverse that I want to have in my own personal experience. So, but yeah, when we think about, you know, the future and kind of, you know, what XR and VR is going to become, it's going to be amazing and incredible of what it's going to go into. And Genie 3 is just a small example or small glimpse into that. And also think about just the Chinese models and how fantastic they're going. I mean, Dance, for example, you know, the video creation on them, you know, China's leading when it comes to video creation on a whole exponential level. So like there is so much going on. There is so much going on when it comes to creativity and VR and XR and video creation. So I just tell everybody to be curious, to go out there, to test them, to use them, and just to experience what it's like creating something on even something like Dance or even using Genie 3 for free.
If you look at it, Russell, if you look at it to that point, how many people here in Silicon Valley have no idea what Seed Dance is? Many. And how many people in the world have no idea what Seed Dance is? They know what's in front of them with Nano Banana. They know what's in front of them when it comes to Clean or Runway ML or other different diffusion or adversarial networks in terms of models. But they have no idea of the level of the capacity of the hyper-realism that we're seeing. I'm seeing incredibly convincing and developed content where it's not even close to figuring out, does that look real or not? It does. If I didn't know thematically what this superstar that I see in this depiction that some guy or gal shared, then I would have thought it was completely 100% authentic. So human factor synchronicity has, and cognitive translation with the type of visualization that we're seeing with these diffusion models has arrived. It's arrived. The deep fake no longer looks fake.
100%. And also, even if you just, like, let's say you want to use a video in your own ecosystem. Let's take Google Omni, for example.
Sure.
Even though you only create a 10-second video, try and put yourself in it. Just create something of it. Put yourself in there as a center character and see what it does. Because honestly, I tried creating like just a small 10-second advert just for a bit of fun, and the realism of it is crazy. Like you'd thought that would be me who actually did an advert when I didn't at all. So anyway, the point I'm getting at though is, you know, just see Dance, VO 3.1. If you're in the Google ecosystem, you can try other model. Yeah, like I said, you can try See Dance, Chinese model. You can even try Genie 3, right, which is in the lab. These are all like, you know, easy to access, free to use, and just give it a go. And it's great fun, and it also gives you the insight as to where we're going and heading when it comes to XR and VR, and the world that we're heading into. Like I was saying earlier about holograms, about the VR glasses and everything that we're going to be, or VR and AR, augmented reality and virtual reality, and that hybrid within the glasses as well. It's just incredible.
Sure, real-time augmented projection and holography installations that you're talking about. I mean, the future is bright when you could take the holography installation, we could take augmented reality, projected anatomical structure, and put some type of level of intelligence in that multimodal, where the projection can see you, it can communicate, it can guide and walk with you. I mean, it's just far out. And to your point about Genie, these polynomial construct, these digital worlds. But my question is, and I'm looking forward to at XR Evolve, what do you do with these virtual worlds? Okay, I could create a virtual world. I could prompt one into existence. I don't need to have some huge mega subscription. I can walk around in it. But what am I doing in it? Teaching and educating our friends over at XR Women. A shout out to XR Women. They're doing incredible things in virtual worlds. But we need to start to figure out what are the more use cases. And so bringing this world of AI, if you will, educators and AI practitioners, I should say, AI practitioners and then XR practitioners, bringing those two worlds together, because really XR is the interface of AI.
True. And also, what I found most interesting as well is when you start adding multisensory AI into this too, as in, hear, feel, touch, etc. That just makes it even more realistic. So, but to your point, XR, VR, AR, that hybrid combination of just the glasses alone is just going to be life-changing for most people, let alone when we start chucking in just, it's kind of like you are in Star Trek in a way, or you are kind of like in Stargate or any sort of sci-fi, sort of program that you've watched where you go out into outer space. Is that the future that we're going to be going into? I don't know. I mean, Elon Musk is
frontier. None of us do, and anybody that says they do, I don't care if you're Garner's hype cycle and you think you understand trajectories and extrapolating the point and putting on the curve. None of us know this way that which we're going. It's an honest assessment,
and that's what I'm saying is but it's interesting, right? As in, if we did go out into space and have the whole Star Trek thing and travel the stars and go on the moon and live on Mars and all that sort of stuff, it'd be incredible. It would be great. It would be so interesting as well. And also, I think it would give maybe, like, instead of being limited to Earth, so to speak, right? Just being able to go out there and explore the different planets and the stars is going to be just amazing. Like, it's going to be a dream world for most people.
So, how about on a macrocosm exploring the stars? How about being on a microcosm, being able to explore this constellation, this human body, for practitioners and medical practitioners and specialists to be able to understand more about the human body, to be able to explore within the human heart, like Dr. David Axelrod, a pediatrician cardiologist at Stanford, created the major VR heart. I remember standing inside this massive heart. But now what does that look like with some type of semblance of intelligence that's within it, orchestrating, operating? And then looking at it too and standing also inside this heart, and that I once stood in. And what do you do with that retroactively of all the other things that have been built? Moving forward real quick, and then we'll conclude the summit.
Yes.
We have audience that are still with us at GatherVerse.live. We have many social streams that are connected to us. We have an incredible September summit coming up, a series of summits. We have our Women's AI Summit, which will be the biggest women's AI summit in the world, no doubt, for global virtual. We have the a climate summit, the Earth Report, that we encourage you to join us for. And then we have our animal summit. How are the animals faring? What's the impact of artificial intelligence when it comes to the animal domain in the world? And so we have that coming up. We're very excited for each of these summits as we continue to bring more to you. And GatherVerse Media will be soon set to launch And we're working on all of these things, and we have some other things that we're going to be announcing here near future that are so good for what we do in production. And we're looking forward to sharing all of this with each of you. And special shout out to Lynn Gattal and Salvation Shigaroga, who've just done an outstanding job in moderating and leading so far. And that will be the conclusion of it. And Russell, our gather was well.
Our gather was well. Thank you very much.
And this concludes GatherVerse AI Evolve 2026 Day 3. We are here with you. This is a great time for innovation. This is a great time for chopping wood. This is a great time for exploration. There's so much that's happening right now in hyperscale acceleration. But one of the salient points that I take from this summit is that when you take emerging technologies and you take human betterment and you take accessibility and you take education, you take equality, safety and privacy, wellness and trust, and you pair all that together while you're baking your pie, that's a delicious pie. But if all you do is take a product and a platform in the development stage and the development builder stage, and you don't have any consideration for human betterment, and your only sole obstacle is to generate a substantial capital profit, that pie can never succeed to its total possible outcome of success. So with GatherVerse, we're so thankful for each of you joining us and seeing the weight of this moment, not speaking from your AI charts, but speaking from the dialogue within. We need and want more of that. So if you feel like you're the type of person that has something to contribute to these global narratives at this time, where human preservation of expression is needed now more than ever, then we invite you to join us for GatherVerse to speak at one of our global events and summits. We have so many people applying. As I said, our global summit for our Women's AI Summit in September will be the biggest in the world. We're already having to extend it most likely to 3 weeks instead of the 2 days what we had it accounted for. We have so many people that are turning up, and we're looking forward to seeing more of you join us as we sojourn along in this venture. Lastly, thank you for so much for the speakers that have showed up, that have turned up and given us a bit of their time. And we know you'll never get that time back again. And we do realize that as a precious asset. And we're thankful for the time that you've given. Do right. Do good for those. Technologists, feel the need and find a need to become educators. For we are far more in need of educators than technologists at this present time. And if you are building and developing, build with an ethical sense for human betterness. It's needed now more than ever. And with that said, this is the conclusion of GatherVerse AI Evolve 2026, Day 3 of a 3-day summit brought to you by GatherVerse. Our GatherVerse was well, and upon the next time that we meet, may our gather be well. Thank you.